Back in May 2017, this guy Mortimer Saunders got caught on camera. What's he carrying? A heavy-looking plastic bag. Turns out that bag held the body of 3-year-old Courtney Peters. Yeah, a tiny little girl. This dude Saunders was a tenant in her mom's house and he claims Courtney was annoying him. Apparently, she woke him up wanting to watch TV in his room. So this monster mixed X and poison into her water, suffocated her, stuffed her in a plastic bag, and dumped her body at a site nearby. Then he just walked home like nothing happened, carrying only the weight of his horrible crimes. He ended up pleading guilty to murder and admitted he'd sexually assaulted her and got 2 life sentences.
He has also admitted to necrophilia but denies raping the girl before killing her. Mortimer also confessed to poisoning the child using ant poison, but the state has refused to accept his admissions. The little girl's body was found near her home last year after she had been missing for 9 days.
On April 4, 2020, Ernest Wilson unknowingly live-streamed his final moments during a house party. The 24-year-old warehouse worker from Baltimore, Maryland, had a passion for partying, playing board games, and turning them into drinking games. However, with the 2020 pandemic shutting down all his usual hangouts, he devised a plan to keep the festivities going. Renting Airbnbs, he hosted exclusive invite-only gatherings referred to as game nights, charging a small fee to cover expenses. These parties, initially small, rapidly grew in popularity as more people became aware of them. On April 3, Ernest took to Facebook to gauge interest, asking his followers if he should host another game night that weekend. After receiving enthusiastic responses, he announced a 2-day event with free entry for women and a $5 charge for men. Concerned about uninvited guests, he posted a warning stating that anyone not personally invited would be turned away. Whether due to past issues or simply a desire to manage the crowd, his caution, in hindsight, would prove eerily justified. As the night unfolded, everything seemed to go as planned. Guests danced, drank, and enjoyed themselves. But at around 2:30 a.m., the mood shifted when a group decided to play hide and seek. Ernest volunteered as a first seeker, stepping into the Airbnb's backyard to begin counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
As he searched for his friends, he unexpectedly came across an unknown figure attempting to climb over the fence.
1, 2, 3. Who the is that, G?
I don't know. I'm in your face.
Get your on the other side of this gate. Who the? This can't be one of my friends.
Confused and slightly intoxicated, he instinctively confronted the intruder rather than retreating inside to call the police. The situation escalated quickly. The intruder was armed. A struggle ensued, and before anyone could react, gunshots rang out. The chilling moment was captured on Ernest's live stream, his voice filled with shock before it abruptly cut off.
On the ground. Hey, Pie!
Police arrived at the scene at 2:45 a.m., discovering Ernest lying in a pool of blood. Official reports suggested a robbery gone wrong, but online speculation hinted at a deeper plot. In the background of the live stream, a girl could be heard laughing, fueling theories that she may have been involved.
Hey, Pie!
Some believed she had lured the intruder inside or intentionally unlocked the door before directing him to hop the fence. A comment on YouTube even suggested investigating her boyfriend. Despite various theories, no suspect was ever apprehended, and Ernest's case remains unsolved to this day. 5 years later, the true motive behind that tragic night remains a mystery, leaving his loved ones and online followers with more questions than answers. The death of Daniel Shaver remains one of the most disturbing cases of police use of force caught on camera. The 26-year-old father of 2 was shot and killed by police in the hallway of a La Quinta hotel near Phoenix, Arizona in January 2016. The footage of his final moments, only released to the public later, sparked outrage and debate about excessive force.
You do that again, we're shooting you, do you understand?
Please do not shoot me.
Then listen to my instructions!
I'm trying to do what you...
Don't talk!
Shaver, an exterminator on a work trip, had been drinking in his hotel room when police were called about a report that someone was pointing a gun out of a window. That gun turned out to be a pellet rifle Shaver used for his job.
I'm not staying in that room.
Yeah, his name, Daniel Shaver.
When officers arrived, they ordered Shaver and a young woman he had met at the hotel to exit the room.
Stop right there! Stop! Stop! Get on the ground, both of you!
The body cam footage shows Shaver sobbing and pleading for his life as officers bark confusing and contradictory commands.
I said keep your legs crossed!
I'm sorry.
Hands straight up in the air. Do not put your hands down for any reason. Your hands go back in the small of your back or down. We are going to shoot you. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
They tell him to crawl towards them, but also warn that if he makes one wrong move, he will be shot.
Crawl towards me. Crawl towards me!
Yes, sir.
At one point, Shaver, appearing panicked and disoriented, reaches toward his waistband, possibly to pull up his loose-fitting basketball shorts. In that split second, Officer Philip Brailsford opens fire, killing him. Despite the shocking footage, Brailsford was charged only with second-degree manslaughter and was later acquitted.
Not guilty.
Shaver's widow, Lainey, called his death an execution and continues to demand justice. She has shared videos of Shaver playing with their 2 children, emphasizing the loss of a loving father.
What happened was wrong. And I hope one day justice will come and the Mesa Police Department will give me answers for why they killed him.
Crawl towards me. Crawl towards me!
Yes, sir.
Many experts and former officers have criticized the way police handled the situation, arguing that Shaver was given unrealistic commands in a high-stress moment. Instead of calmly detaining him, officers escalated the situation to a tragic and unnecessary death. The case has since become a haunting example of police violence and the legal system's failure to hold officers accountable. Though years have passed, the footage continues to be a chilling reminder of how quickly an encounter with law enforcement can turn fatal. The CCTV footage shows what appeared to be an ordinary night out, until it turned into a nightmare for 18-year-old Lily Sullivan. Lily had gone out to enjoy herself but unknowingly crossed paths with a man who had deadly intentions. That man was 31-year-old refinery worker Louis Haynes, whom she met at the Out nightclub in Pembroke on December 16th. In the early hours of the morning, they left the club together. CCTV captures them walking, with Haynes leading Lily toward a secluded alleyway. What happened next was a tragic escalation. The two shared a kiss, but when Lily refused to have sex with him, Haynes became enraged. He forcibly removed her top, strangled her, and then dumped her body in a nearby pond. Moments later, CCTV captures Haynes walking out the alley alone, likely leaving Lily behind lifeless. Despite pleading guilty to her murder, Haynes insisted his actions weren't sexually motivated. However, the evidence painted a different picture. His violent response to rejection ultimately led to a life sentence, though he will have the possibility of parole. Lily Sullivan's murder is yet another chilling case of violence against women, where an ordinary night out ended in a senseless and brutal loss of life. Ivan Maguire was an experienced skydiver with over 800 successful jumps to his name. He was also passionate about filming his jumps, capturing the thrill of freefall to relive the experience later. But tragically, on one fateful day in April 1988, his passion turned into his downfall. Excitedly filming another skydiver exiting the plane, Ivan followed right behind them, leaping into the open sky. But within seconds, a horrifying realization set in. He had forgotten one crucial thing: his parachute. Plummeting 10,000 feet toward the ground, Ivan's final moments were caught on camera. His last recorded words? "Oh my God, no."
It was to be his third jump of the day. The veteran jumper had been shooting tape with a specially rigged camera when he jumped this last time. Then, to his horror, the cameraman realized that he was without a parachute. And well out of reach of the other jumpers, these images are the very last he ever recorded.
His body was later discovered in the woods, about a mile and a half from the Franklin County Sports Parachute Center, where the plane had taken off. A devastating reminder that even the most experienced thrill seekers can make fatal mistakes. Police in Canada are searching for a man caught on camera shooting a woman outside her home in broad daylight. The shocking attack was captured by the victim's home surveillance system in New York region. Footage shows a suspect arriving in a dark-colored Audi sedan, dressed in a high-visibility vest and hard hat, possibly to avoid suspicion. At first, he appeared to engage the woman in casual conversation, even taking notes as if surveying the property. But as she turns to walk back inside, everything changes. The man suddenly pulls out a handgun and fires, but the gun jams. He frantically tries again, successfully shooting the woman before fleeing the scene. The suspect got back into his car and sped off, leaving his victim wounded. Fortunately, she survived and was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police described the shooter as a slim-built Asian male and are urging anyone with information to come forward. In December 2022, authorities in Northern Ireland were confronted with a perplexing crime scene that initially seemed impossible. The primary suspect appeared to be in two places at once. The case began on December 18th when Irish YouTuber Stephen McCullough, known online as VoteSaxon07, live-streamed himself playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. His stream, which started at 6 p.m. and lasted for 6 hours, seemed ordinary, mostly silent gameplay with occasional commentary. However, while he was broadcasting from the comfort of his home, a horrifying crime was unfolding elsewhere. That same evening, Stephen's girlfriend, Natalie McNally, had spent time at her parents' house watching the World Cup final. After the match ended, she returned to her home in Lurgan, where she lived alone with her pets. The following day, concern grew when she failed to respond to calls and messages, did not show up for work, and remained unreachable. At 15 weeks pregnant with Stephen's child, her sudden silence alarmed her family and friends. When Stephen learned of her absence and failed attempts to contact her, he decided to check on her himself. Upon arriving at her home, he discovered the door wide open. Instead, he found Natalie lifeless on the floor. She had been brutally attacked, showing multiple stab wounds and defensive injuries.
Detectives from the Major Investigation Team have now launched a murder investigation following the death of Natalie McNally in Lurgan. This follows the results of the post-mortem. The 32-year-old died a violent death, having been stabbed a number of times, and there are signs of defensive injuries.
Detectives launched a murder investigation, quickly focusing on Stephen due to his proximity to the victim and the fact that he was the one who reported the crime. However, his alibi appeared airtight. The post-mortem report placed Natalie's time of death during the same period that Stephen had been streaming live from his home. A text message exchange between the two further supported his claims. Just before the stream began, Stephen had messaged Natalie saying he was about to start broadcasting, to which she had responded that she might tune in later. Despite clearing him initially, investigators struggled to find leads. CCTV footage later revealed a figure matching Stephen's height and build, approaching Natalie's home at 8:52 p.m. and leaving about 40 minutes later. This cast renewed suspicion on him, but it still left the baffling question of how he could be in two places at once. As the investigation continued, authorities even offered a £20,000 reward for information. Meanwhile, Natalie's murder gained widespread media attention, with memorials held in her honor. Weeks passed with no breakthroughs until a significant piece of evidence surfaced. On January 31, 2023, Stephen was arrested again, this time with undeniable proof. Investigators discovered that his supposed livestream had been entirely pre-recorded. The footage had been filmed 4 days earlier, on December 14th, and was merely broadcasted on the night of Natalie's murder to create the illusion of an alibi. Further damning evidence came from a taxi driver who recalled picking up a passenger matching Stephen's description near Natalie's home around 9:30 p.m. The passenger had forgotten his wallet and briefly ran into a house, Stephen's home, to retrieve money for the fare. Once investigators pieced everything together, they realized the extent of Stephen's deception. In hindsight, his fake live stream had contained multiple disturbing clues. The stream's title, The Violent Night Christmas Live Gaming Stream, took on a chilling significance. Early in the broadcast, Stephen claimed to be experiencing technical issues that prevented him from interacting with viewers, ensuring that no one could question his lack of engagement.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves.
He also repeatedly mentioned the date, as if reinforcing his alibi.
Oh, hello to all on this glorious Sunday evening. So I just thought, why not? I'm gonna do a live stream, because this day next week is Christmas. So what more could you want for Christmas other than an evening with your old pal Steve?
Throughout the recording, there were cryptic references, including a moment where he sang about needing to take her down in the game.
I need to kill it. I need to take her down. 'Cause I won't pass the mission if I don't get this to die. Tra-la-la.
And another where he laughed unusually hard at a pun that resembled Natalie's name.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Absolutely. Notley. Absolutely notly.
Perhaps the most unsettling moment came when, during a break in the stream, a graphic from the James Bond movie No Time to Die suddenly appeared. The timing of this graphic, around 9:15 p.m., coincided almost exactly with when he had been at Natalie's home. With overwhelming evidence against him, Stephen was charged with murder and denied bail. He now awaits trial, scheduled for May 6, 2025, for Natalie's loved ones. The revelation of the truth brought a measure of closure, but justice remains incomplete until the case reaches its final verdict. In January 2010, a brutal crime shocked the quiet community of Conyers, Georgia. 16-year-old identical twins, Jasmia and Tasmia Whitehead, were seen entering their school in what appeared to be an ordinary moment. However, what the footage did not reveal was the horrific crime they had committed just hours earlier.
It wasn't like it was a fight on the street. It was more of a fight till somebody died.
Their mother, 34-year-old Jarmeka Nikki Whitehead, was found dead in the bathroom of her home. She had been viciously attacked, beaten with a vase, and stabbed multiple times. Initially, the twins denied any involvement, pleading not guilty. However, as the investigation unfolded, overwhelming evidence confirmed that they were responsible for the murder.
My chest, like I said, I'm not that big, so when she bit me, she latched on to me, and I'm trying to get her off of me because it hurts. I'm trying to punch her, I guess. And I think Tad stabbed her. She stabbed her. She went under a couple times, and that was it.
When that was it, I'm gonna use your words, when that was it, what'd you and your sister do?
I guess we were shocked. We were really relieved, I guess, what we did. We cried. I cried for a long time.
Faced with the undeniable proof, Jasmia and Tasmia eventually changed their pleas to guilty, accepting charges of voluntary manslaughter. They were each sentenced to 30 years in prison, though they may be eligible for parole as early as 2026. On October 28, 2019, a 47-year-old Japanese man named Tetsushi Ohara set out to climb Mount Fuji while live streaming the experience. What was meant to be an adventurous broadcast quickly turned into a tragic and avoidable disaster. Tetsu had been climbing Mount Fuji since 2017 and had successfully reached the summit multiple times. However, all of his previous ascents took place during the official climbing season, which lasts from July to mid-September. During those months, the trails are well maintained, the weather is milder, and resting huts along the way offer essential supplies like food and oxygen cans. But this time was different. Attempting the climb in late October meant facing treacherous condition, thick snow, extreme cold, and powerful winds, reaching up to 60 miles per hour. The resting stations were also closed for the off-season, leaving no safe refuge along the way. Despite having no prior experience climbing Fuji in the off-season, Tetsu was determined to reach the summit and descend in a single day. However, his journey was plagued by mistakes from the start. He had forgotten essential gear, such as thicker socks for warmth and crampons to prevent slipping on the ice.
Socks. 靴下。あれ？靴下忘れた。いや違う。バス。何が？ちょっと待って。
Later in the stream, he also admitted that he hadn't brought any food, opting to keep his backpack light. As he climbed higher, the deep snow and unstable terrain proved to be far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Around 2 hours into the hike, his viewers became increasingly concerned, noticing the worsening conditions and urging him to turn back. Along the way, he had passed collapsed sections of the trail, clear signs of the mountain's dangerous state. Despite the warnings from both his audience and the last few hikers he encountered, he continued pushing forward, determined to reach the summit. Against all odds, he managed to get close to the top. However, just as he navigated a particularly steep section of the trail, disaster struck. He slipped, tumbling down the mountainside. His phone hit a rock just seconds later, abruptly ending the live stream. His viewers, horrified by what they had just witnessed, immediately alerted authorities. However, the severe weather conditions delayed rescue efforts, and it took 2 days for search teams to locate his body. He was found 2,300 feet below the point where he had slipped, his remains severely dismembered from the fall. To most, this was a tragic case of an inexperienced climber underestimating the dangers of Mount Fuji's off-season. However, some theorists question whether this was truly an accident. Some pointed out that during the stream, Tetsu made several remarks that suggested he was aware of his lack of preparation, yet he pressed on regardless. He had multiple opportunities to turn back and even received warnings from other climbers along the way. Some speculated that his missing equipment and decision to continue were not simple oversights but deliberate choices. While there is no concrete evidence to support the theory that Tetsu intended for this to be his final climb, the circumstances surrounding his fatal ascent continue to raise questions. Ultimately, the truth behind his final moments remains a mystery. These haunting images capture the final moments of Jose Onfroy, better known as XXXTentacion, on June 18, 2018. The 20-year-old rapper was tragically shot and killed by 22-year-old Michael Boatwright in what was meant to be a robbery. Boatwright, along with 3 accomplices, had been following Onfroy that day, tracking him to Riva Motorsports in Deerfield Beach, Florida. Their plan was to ambush and rob him. As Onfroy left the dealership and got into his car, the attackers blocked his vehicle, trapping him outside the store. They attempted to steal his designer chain and other valuables, but when he resisted, the situation turned violent. A struggle ensued, and Boatwright fired a fatal shot into Onfroy's chest. During the attack, Onfroy's step-uncle, who had been in the car with him, managed to escape, running for his life as the gunmen took off. Though he survived, Onfroy was not as fortunate. The bullet had struck his aorta, and he bled to death before paramedics could save him. Following an extensive investigation, Boatwright was arrested and later sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, plus an additional 30 years, without the possibility of parole. His 3 accomplices were also convicted and are now behind bars. The brutal and senseless murder of XXXTentacion sent shockwaves through the music industry, leaving fans mourning the loss of a young artist whose career had only just begun. On September 7, 2024, a 32-year-old man named Joseph Couch launched a terrifying attack along I-75 near London, Kentucky, opening fire on passing vehicles. In the chaos, he managed to strike 12 cars, injuring 5 people. Miraculously, there were no fatalities. As law enforcement rushed to the scene, Joseph fled into the dense woodland beside the highway, prompting a large-scale search operation that would eventually lead investigators deep into the Daniel Boone National Forest. As the manhunt intensified, authorities began digging into Joseph's background and uncovered disturbing details about his past. He had served in the Army Reserve from 2013 to 2019 before receiving an honorable discharge due to PTSD. His history with law enforcement, however, was even more concerning. In 2015, he was arrested for an incident involving animal cruelty and threatening behavior, throwing a rock at a dog and then pointing an AR-15 at its owner. Though he was released on a $1,000 bail, the case was ultimately dismissed. Later that same year, he was arrested again, this time for supplying alcohol to a minor and vandalizing private property. The second offense resulted in a 6-month jail sentence, 200 hours of community service, and a $1,500 fine. Further investigation revealed even more chilling evidence. Prior to the highway shooting, Joseph had sent ominous messages to his ex, stating his intentions to take as many lives as possible before turning the gun on himself. The contents of these messages, combined with his criminal record, made it clear that if authorities found him, he wouldn't surrender without a fight. However, tracking him down proved more difficult than anticipated.
The search for the suspected highway gunman, Joseph Couch, intensifies as law enforcement has expanded its search efforts. State police say they are extending their search deeper into the Daniel Boone National Forest as the manhunt for Couch enters day 7.
As days passed, law enforcement expanded the search deeper into the Daniel Boone National Forest, closing sections of I-75 and even shutting down local schools out of fear that Joseph might strike again. Eventually, they discovered his abandoned SUV filled with cases of ammunition for the AR-15 style rifle he had used in the attack. Despite this find, there was still no sign of Joseph himself. Desperate for leads, authorities put up a $35,000 reward for information, hoping to enlist the help of local residents. This is where Fred and Sheila McCoy enter the picture. The couple operated a museum dedicated to the historic Hatfield-McCoy feud in Kentucky and ran a small YouTube channel, Hatfield-McCoy Museum Adventures, where they explored local history. Enticed by the reward, they decided to join the search, believing their deep knowledge of the area would give them an edge.
$35,000. That's a sweet little piece of money. We're going looking for him. We're hoping he finds us, but we're going looking for this Couch guy, Joseph Couch.
Broadcasting their efforts live on YouTube, they ventured into the forest, determined to find Joseph. Their persistence paid off. During one of their live-streamed expeditions, Fred noticed a group of vultures circling in the distance, a sign that something or someone had died. The couple made their way toward the site, and after a grueling 30-minute trek through the rugged wilderness, they stumbled upon what they had been looking for.
You found him? Oh, my Lanta. I'm coming. Oh, my Lanta, you found him? Oh, my Lanta.
Joseph Couch was dead, his body already deteriorating, lay in the woods where he had seemingly followed through on his grim promise to end his own life. Shocked but resolute, the McCoys immediately alerted the authorities. A later autopsy and DNA analysis confirmed the body was indeed Joseph, officially bringing the 13-day-long manhunt to an end. With this discovery, the fear and uncertainty that had gripped the local community finally eased, closing the chapter on a tragic and violent event that had left the region on edge. The chilling surveillance video captures the final moment of Jessica Torres, a millionaire businesswoman desperately trying to outrun an assassin. She frantically circles her luxury SUV fighting for her life before making a final attempt to escape, but the cold-blooded killer shows no mercy. Gunshots ring out and Jessica collapses to the pavement. Jessica, a 44-year-old real estate mogul with a vast commercial empire across Southern California, had just pulled into a parking lot in San Bernardino for an early lunch at her favorite fast food restaurant. Moments later, her life was stolen in a brutal execution. Initially, police suspected a robbery gone wrong, but as the investigation deepened, a far more sinister motive emerged. A murder-for-hire plot. The surveillance footage reveals the horrifying sequence of events. Jessica walks out of the restaurant and heads toward her $175,000 Mercedes G-Wagon, completely unaware that death is closing in. A dark SUV suddenly pulls up behind her, blocking her exit. A masked man steps out from the passenger seat and confronts her. He snatches her purse and without hesitation pulls the trigger. Miraculously, the bullet misses. But Jessica doesn't surrender. She fights back. In a desperate struggle, she lunges at the gunman, attempting to wrestle the weapon away. A good Samaritan rushes out of the restaurant to help, but flees in terror as the assassin fires another shot, then begins a terrifying chase around her vehicle. The gunman fires again and again, 9 times in total. The relentless attack leaves Jessica lifeless in the parking lot. Within 4 hours, police, with the help of surveillance footage and witness testimonies, tracked down the shooter and his getaway driver. But the biggest shock was yet to come. The suspects weren't random criminals. 2 of them had direct ties to Jessica's estranged husband, 53-year-old Sergio Relis. Investigators soon uncovered the horrifying truth. This wasn't a random act of violence. Jessica had been stalked for months. Her every move watched as her killers planned her execution. SWAT teams moved in swiftly, raiding a home in San Bernardino to arrest Relis and his accomplices.
Definitely a murder-for-hire case. There is evidence to show that the suspects did stalk our victim for several days and months prior to this murder.
Police charged the husband and 4 other men with Jessica's murder, calling it a meticulously planned hit. The motive? Jessica and Relis had been locked in a bitter 2-year divorce battle. Despite overwhelming evidence, all 5 suspects have pleaded not guilty to the crime. As the case unfolds, one question remains: will justice be served for Jessica Torres? In 2014, a man walked into a packed movie theater and carried out a horrific act of violence, taking the lives of 12 innocent people. Now, years later, a chilling psychiatrist interview recorded after his arrest has been made public. The purpose of the evaluation was to determine whether he was mentally fit to stand trial, but what it reveals is far more disturbing, a haunting glimpse into the mind of a killer. The most unsettling part of the interview is his complete lack of emotion. There's no anger, no sadness, not even a flicker of regret. Instead, he appears trapped in a state of detached indifference, as if the weight of his crimes doesn't even register.
No, I wasn't very nervous. I was prepared.
Exhilaration or?
No, none of that.
Caution or?
No.
The psychiatrist, trying to piece together his motives, struggles to understand what was going through his mind in those final moments before he opened fire. Yet one detail stands out, something that adds another layer of tragedy to an already devastating event. Just minutes before walking into the theater, James made a call to an emergency hotline. He reached out, but no one answered.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything for 9 seconds, and then it hung up.
Could that single phone call have changed everything? Maybe they wouldn't have been able to talk him down, but at the very least, they could have traced his location and sent law enforcement to intervene. Instead, the call went unanswered, and the horror unfolded. It's a sickening thought how many lives might have been saved if someone had simply picked up the phone. In 2013, what was supposed to be a routine building demolition in Russia quickly turned into a tragic disaster. Among the workers on site was 29-year-old Evgeny Tito, who decided to record the event on his cell phone during his lunch break. From what he believed was a safe distance, he watched as a bulldozer tore into an old brick structure. At first, everything seemed to go as planned, until the building suddenly gave way. In mere seconds, an avalanche of bricks came crashing down. The workers in front of Tito managed to scramble to safety, but he wasn't as lucky. The impact was catastrophic. Tito suffered a crushed skull, broken ribs, a fractured pelvis, and several internal injuries. In the footage, his coworkers can be seen rushing to his side, desperately trying to help, but despite their efforts, he succumbed to his injuries soon after. What started as a routine demolition ended in a horrifying tragedy, one that serves as a grim reminder of how quickly disaster can strike. In 2017, 19-year-old Raymond Cabalin Jr. set out on a hiking trip with friends along the scenic Lake Clementine Trail near Auburn, California. The group was in high spirits, recording their adventure on video, laughing and capturing the moment.
This is what happened, guys. We're over here, hiking trip, Jose, Carmen, Ray.
I'm gonna record you on mine.
And me, bro. Hey, what's up? Say what's up, bro.
What's good?
All right,
Wait a second.
What date is it? 2017?
2017, the 11th, May 11th.
The 11th. All right, we about to...
Ray, wait, I'm gonna record this.
This is memories right here.
Hey, so we got my cousin, we got my boy Ray. All right, Ray, go for it. Do it, Ray, go.
As they reached a river, they decided to take turns jumping into the water. The camera rolled as one of Raymond's friends hyped up the moment. With that, Raymond and a girl from the group leaped into the rushing water. The girl, shocked by the icy temperature and powerful current, quickly scrambled onto nearby rocks to safety. But Raymond wasn't as fortunate. He had jumped too far. Despite being in great shape, the freezing water and relentless current overpowered him. His friends could only watch in horror as he was swept away. For 2 agonizing weeks, there was no sign of Raymond until another hiker made a grim discovery 3 miles downstream. His lifeless body had been carried away by the very river he had excitedly plunged into. Raymond's story serves as a heartbreaking reminder of nature's unforgiving power and how a moment of thrill can turn into a tragedy in the blink of an eye. On July 22, 2018, security cameras at an apartment complex in Brazil captured the chilling final moments of Tatiana Spitzner before she was brutally murdered by her husband, Louis Monf. The footage begins with the couple arriving home in the early hours of the morning, their tense body language suggesting a heated argument. Moments later, Tatiana makes a desperate attempt to escape, running from Louis, but he quickly catches up to her in the elevator. She struggles trying to break free, but he overpowers her. The last time she is seen alive, Louis forces her onto the floor and drags her into their apartment. 20 minutes later, Louis re-emerges from the apartment, his clothes stained with blood. In a panic, he begins wiping down the elevator in a futile attempt to erase the evidence. What happened behind closed doors was even more horrifying. Tatiani's body had been thrown from the couple's fourth-floor balcony, but Lewis didn't leave her there. Instead, he carried her lifeless body back inside, later claiming she had jumped. However, an autopsy would expose his lies. Tatiani had died from asphyxia. Lewis was ultimately sentenced to more than 31 years in prison for her murder, but no sentence could undo the devastating loss of Tatiani's life at the hands of someone she once trusted. In October 2019, a 6-year-old boy made a desperate 911 call, pleading for help as his mother tried to kill him. What followed was a tragic and violent confrontation that ended in fatal gunfire.
Henderson 911, what is the address of the emergency?
2222 Summers Heights Park.
Okay, and what is your...
My mom's trying to kill me. They're trying to kill each other. They're making us do it.
Okay, ma'am, is it an apartment complex?
2222 Building 22.
Okay, what's the name of the apartment complex? You're giving me an apartment number, not an address.
We're probably around it. We gotta kill each other. Going out.
Ma'am, what is the name of the apartment complex?
It's apartment 2222 Building 22.
I know, but what apartment complex are you in? You're not giving me an address. You're just giving me a unit number. I'm sorry? Equestrian. Okay.
I know.
The one at 10701 Southeastern?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your name?
Nadia.
Help me. Okay. What's going on?
No, they're making me kill each other.
On October 21st at 12:11 p.m., Henderson police responded to a distress call from an apartment complex on Southeastern Avenue in Las Vegas. When officers arrived, they found a young boy covered in blood. He had suffered 25 stab wounds, including a severe injury to his neck that nearly severed his carotid artery. Miraculously, he was still alive. Inside the apartment, officers encountered 37-year-old Claudia Nadia Rodriguez. She was holding a pair of scissors and, in a disturbing act of self-inflicted harm, stabbed herself in the chest while repeatedly saying they had to kill her. As police attempted to restrain her, she managed to grab an officer's Glock 17 handgun. She fired once, striking a couch, before another officer, Edward Little, reacted, firing 2 shots, one of which struck her in the head. Rodriguez was rushed to Sunrise Trauma Hospital but did not survive. The young boy, however, was taken to University Medical Center, where he underwent emergency surgery and was expected to make a full recovery. A bloody knife was found in the master bedroom, and the mattress was soaked in blood, evidence of the horrifying ordeal that unfolded before police arrived. Neighbors expressed shock and heartbreak, though some admitted they had previously witnessed Rodriguez yelling at her son in public. No reports of abuse had ever been filed. An autopsy later revealed that Rodriguez had no drugs in her system at the time of her death. Authorities believed she was suffering from a severe mental breakdown that led her to attack her own child. Officer Little was placed on routine administrative leave while the shooting was investigated. It was announced that neither officer involved would face criminal charges. A tragic case of mental instability and violence, this heartbreaking incident highlights the importance of early intervention for those struggling with their mental health before irreversible devastation occurs. The aftermath of a horrifying tragedy was captured on a Ring doorbell camera as 52-year-old David Cantaras spoke to his wife, confessing that he had just fatally shot their son. His voice was eerily calm as he explained that 21-year-old Eric was no longer breathing.
What? Is he alive? Is he breathing?
He's not breathing. He's dead.
But why, David? Why?
The fighting on the way home was unbearable, and we got here, and just from one second to the next, he was going to go to the Keys, he was going to go with Jacob, he was going to fight girls. Would it be okay if girls go and sleep over? I said no, and I told him no, and I was going to go over there tonight and make sure. He says, well, all right. You know, it's not your fault, Odie.
Julie heard you.
Moments later, police body cam footage captured David's arrest. He admitted to officers that he was responsible for his son's death. According to the arrest report, Eric had been shot multiple times, though the exact motive remains unclear.
Oh my God!
What was in the house?
No one! Just me and him!
No one's in the house.
No!
What are you calling? What are you calling for?
I shot my son.
Come on, let's go.
He's right there. Right, walk right. Oh my.
Where's your son?
Walk right in. Walk right in. 10 feet straight in.
What's your son's name?
Eric.
Eric.
David Contaros has since been charged with second-degree murder as investigators work to piece together the details of what led to the fatal shooting.
From all the evidence that I've heard, this was an execution-type murder. I know the state wants me to keep him in, but I can't get over the fact that this was an isolated incident. It doesn't pose a danger to the community at large. So therefore, I'm going to grant release. No outburst. He's going to be in total lockdown.
In December 2023, a routine traffic stop in Warren, Michigan, took a devastating turn that no one saw coming. It all started when police pulled over a red Chevrolet Cruze for a simple traffic violation.
The window broke.
Can you put the car in park? Here's the car.
Here's the park.
So the reason I stopped you is because the plate's expired on the car.
The officer asked the driver for some ID, but the man claimed he didn't have any. When asked to step out of the car, things escalated fast. The driver hit the gas and sped off, kicking off a high-speed chase. What followed was pure chaos.
No.
Center line's blocking. It's up in the grass. Just parallel. All right, we got the lead again from center line. He's jumping through the grass just south of 10 and east on Lawrence. Somebody go to Sherwood in 10 mile for me.
The suspect weaved through traffic, darted across grassy areas, and pushed the pedal to the floor in a desperate bid to escape. Officers tracked him through side streets and parking lots, radioing updates as they tried to keep up. Despite the driver's erratic moves, police were hot on his tail. But then came the moment that changed everything.
Give him some rope. Traffic holding. Through mountain. Speed's 80 coming up to Ryan. Alright, approaching Ryan. Center lane. Speed's 100. Alright, he's slowing for Ryan. It's a red.
Racing down a busy road, the driver ran a red light at high speed. Tragically, he collided with a large box truck, and the impact was catastrophic. The Chevrolet Cruze ended up wedged beneath the truck, its crumpled remains barely recognizable. Officers rushed to the scene, but it was too late. The driver was pronounced dead right there on the spot.
1050 into a box truck. He's underneath the box truck. Airbags deployed. Let's shut this intersection down.
During a search of the vehicle, officers discovered a handgun on the floor, adding another layer of mystery to the tragic event. Warren Police Commissioner Bill Dwyer summed it up grimly. Fleeing the police unfortunately cost his driver his life. What started as a routine stop over an expired plate ended in heartbreak, leaving everyone involved shaken by the tragic outcome.
It's so funny. Look at my son right here. I just told him I'm finna kill his ass. You hear me? That's fucked up, cuz, on my soul, nigga. But see, everybody think I'm joking, right? I'm playing, right? After everything, all I wanted was a conversation. I told you, nigga. All you had to do was talk to me, nigga.
On August 6, 2022, a heartbreaking tragedy unfolded in Oklahoma City when 29-year-old FRSW Lil John went live on social media, just moments before ending his own life and those of his 3 young children.
Live broadcasting, making threats about harming himself and harming children. We had lots of officers flooding the streets. We were in the process of issuing an Amber Alert. He executed the 3 children he had in his car, his own children, and then turned the gun on himself.
It all started when little John left his home with his kids in the car, eventually parking in a quiet neighborhood. At 4:11 a.m., a concerned family member saw his alarming live stream and immediately contacted the police. Officers were dispatched right away, but tragically, they couldn't locate him in time. Hours later, at 7:25 a.m., a passerby made the grim discovery: Lil John's vehicle with 4 lifeless bodies inside. He was live broadcasting, making threats about harming himself and his children. A police official stated, "We had officers flooding the streets, and we were in the process of issuing an Amber Alert. Sadly, their efforts came too late."
This gonna be the last time, this be the last video I make. Nigga, God rest my soul. Wook, over your foreman, you are responsible for your part in this too. You chose to be a destroyer, right? It's okay, fine. You hold this, take this with you. Tater, wow, nigga. After everything I gave you, cuz. After everything, all I wanted was a conversation. I told you, nigga. All you had to do was talk to me, nigga. Couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You wanna go lay up with a nigga and get fucked and nigga, whatever the case. You're slick, my nigga. You lied, my nigga. And you have given yourself to men. You have given me STD behind this shit. And carry this torch, baby. And no, I gave you a choice, and you chose this. Oh, you're so scared, right? Okay.
When police arrived at the scene, one witness described seeing blood on the ground beneath the car. The cops rushed in like nothing I'd ever seen before, the witness recalled. That's when we realized this was more than just a man who'd hurt himself.
I saw blood on the ground under the car. The police came right away. I haven't seen cops act like that. Well, that's how we started to get an idea that there was more than just a man who had shot himself.
Investigations later revealed that Lil John's drastic actions appeared to be linked to an ongoing domestic dispute. The 3 innocent children were identified as 3-year-old Trinity Lil John, 4-year-old Aaliyah Lil John, and 6-year-old Kieran Lil John. Young lives taken far too soon in a devastating act that left the community in shock. Almost exactly 1 year after the devastating October 7th attacks on Israel in 2023, the final moments of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar were captured on a live drone feed. In the footage, Sinwar is seen sitting in a chair inside what appears to be an abandoned building. He looks injured, his face partially covered by a keffiyeh. As the drone hovers closer, Sinwar grabs a stick and hurls it at the camera in a desperate attempt to stop it. Moments later, reports confirmed that IDF troops moved in and ended the standoff. A shocking case of road rage turned deadly when a man was convicted of murder after intentionally ramming his car into an electric bike rider. The tragic incident unfolded after what seemed to be a heated altercation, escalating to a horrifying conclusion. Authorities revealed that the driver deliberately targeted the cyclist, striking them with enough force to end their life. The court didn't hold back, finding the driver guilty of murder, sealing his fate behind bars. Sabina Nessa, a 28-year-old teacher with a bright future, tragically lost her life on September 17, 2021, and heartbreakingly, it was at the hands of a man she had never even met. This wasn't some random act of violence. Her killer, Kosi Salamaj, had carefully planned everything. A week before the murder, Salamaj booked a room at the Grand Hotel in Eastbourne. CCTV footage shows him calmly checking in, then heading to a nearby supermarket to buy a rolling pin, a chilling sign that he had deadly intentions. But what's even more unsettling is how normal he seemed through it all, like just another guy going about his day. Prosecutors believe Salamaj lurked in Gator Park, waiting for the perfect moment. When Sabina walked by, he ambushed her, striking her 34 times with an emergency traffic triangle he'd grabbed from his car, apparently deciding it was a better weapon than the rolling pin. As if that wasn't horrific enough, he then carried her body into the woods and strangled her to ensure she wouldn't survive. What makes this tragedy even more haunting is that Sabina had no connection to her killer. She was simply the victim of his cold and calculated violence.
I just want to say thank you for everyone who came here to show the support and respect for my sister. We have lost an amazing, caring, beautiful sister who left this world far too early. She didn't reach her 29th birthday next month. Sabina loved her family. We had lost our sister. My parents have lost their daughter. And my girls have lost such a brilliant, loving, caring auntie who dearly loved her.
Imagine tuning into your local morning news, expecting the usual headlines and weather report, only to witness something absolutely horrifying unfold live on air. That's exactly what happened on August 26, 2015 in Roanoke, Virginia. Viewers of WDBJ-7 were shocked as reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward were tragically gunned down during a live broadcast. The attack also injured Vicki Gardner, the woman Parker had been interviewing at the time. The man responsible, Vester Lee Flanagan, a former employee of the very station Parker and Ward worked at. But what drove him to commit such a horrific act? As details emerged, it became clear that Flanagan wasn't just some random shooter. He had a troubled past. Colleagues described him as a hothead with a reputation for stirring up drama. In fact, his volatile behavior had already gotten him fired from multiple TV stations across California, Florida, and Virginia. But why target Parker and Ward? Well, it turns out Parker may have been part of the reason Flanagan was let go from WDBJ-7. Reports suggest the two had ongoing tension at work, and Parker had eventually reported Flanagan to HR, a move that ultimately led to his dismissal. Flanagan, however, didn't see it that way. In his mind, he believed he was the victim, claiming he was targeted because of his race. In a chilling twist, Flanagan left behind a 23-page manifesto where he claimed the murders were in response to the Charleston church shooting that had killed 9 African Americans. Even more disturbingly, Flanagan had set up a Facebook account under the name Bryce Williams, where he posted cryptic messages and even uploaded a video of the attack from his own point of view. A nationwide manhunt followed, and by 11:30 a.m. that same day, police spotted Flanagan's car on Interstate 66. He refused to stop, sparking a high-speed chase that ended when his car crashed. Realizing he was cornered, Flanagan turned the gun on himself. He was still alive when officers reached his vehicle, but despite being rushed to the hospital, he died shortly after. It was a senseless tragedy that left an entire community and the nation in shock. Surveillance footage captured the chilling moment Cameron Dunn relentlessly pursued his victim, Derlano Samuels, in a brutal attack that ended in tragedy. The shocking video shows Dunn first confronting Samuels on the street, where the violence began. But it didn't end there. Desperate to escape, Samuels ran into a nearby shop, only for Dunn to follow close behind, knife in hand. What unfolded next was horrifying, as Dunn repeatedly stabbed Samuels inside the store. But Dunn's actions didn't stop there. CCTV then captured him calmly walking into another nearby shop, slipping the bloodied knife down his trousers in an attempt to conceal the weapon. Moments later, he casually cycled away from the scene as if nothing had happened. Following the investigation, Dunn was found guilty of murder, bringing some measure of justice to Samuel's grieving family. The footage serves as a haunting reminder of how a single act of violence can unfold in mere moments. This next clip was a key piece of evidence shown in court during the 2022 trial of Mackenzie Sherilla. The chilling footage captures the exact moment her Toyota Camry sped down the road at nearly 100 miles per hour, straight into a brick wall. Miraculously, Sherilla, who who was just 17 at the time, survived the devastating crash. But tragically, her two passengers, 20-year-old Dominic Russo and 19-year-old Davian Flanagan, didn't make it. At first, authorities believed the crash might have been a tragic accident, but as investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a disturbing truth. The crash wasn't an accident at all. It was deliberate. Prosecutors revealed that Shirella had intentionally driven her car at extreme speeds, with no attempt to brake or swerve, before slamming into the wall. Surveillance footage showed her actions were cold and calculated, and tragically, Dominic and Davian never saw it coming.
He observed at that time the defendant striking Dominic Russo with both hands, and that he overheard her make a statement, an admissible statement, and she said, "Dominic, I'm going to crash this car." We find that it is especially and important to her state of mind just 2 weeks later when she used a car to kill Dominic Russo.
The motive behind the horrifying act remains unclear, but the court ultimately found Shirella guilty of murder. In 2022, she was sentenced to 2 concurrent 15 years to life prison terms for her deliberate actions. This devastating case serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes those closest to us can have the darkest intentions, and one reckless decision can leave lives shattered forever. In a chaotic scene straight out of an action movie, police in Los Angeles found themselves locked in a high-stakes standoff with a gunman on Victory Boulevard in North Hollywood. It all started when officers responded to reports of a shooting. When they arrived, they found 37-year-old Sean Griffin holding a firearm. Witnesses claimed Griffin had already shot someone sitting in their car. As police moved in, Griffin turned his gun on them, sparking a wild shootout. Despite the hail of bullets, Griffin managed to escape on foot, but this wasn't over yet. Officers tracked him to another location where another exchange of gunfire broke out, yet somehow, Griffin slipped away again. His final stand came in a multi-story parking garage. Once cornered, Griffin fired at officers one last time, but this time, he was struck down. He was pronounced dead at the scene. When the dust settled, officers recovered a loaded firearm with 3 bullets remaining, along with extra rounds found on Griffin. Remarkably, no officers were injured during the intense ordeal. In a tragic accident, a Chinese tourist's quest for the perfect photo turned fatal during her visit to Colombo, Sri Lanka. While riding a moving train, she leaned out to pose for a picture, a common yet dangerous practice for travelers seeking those iconic railway shots. Unfortunately, as she leaned out, she was struck by tree branches lining the tracks, knocking her off the train. Despite emergency responders rushing to the scene, she did not survive the accident. This heartbreaking incident serves as a sobering reminder that viral photo trends can sometimes come at a devastating cost. In a shocking turn of events, Louise Dessau's arrest for drugs and ammunition possession took a deadly twist inside a London police station. During the COVID-19 lockdown, Dessau, an addict with Asperger syndrome, developed a fascination with weapons. He bought an antique revolver online and even made his own bullets at home. On September 24, 2020, police stopped him while he was walking the streets of South London. Inside his bag, officers found cannabis and several bullets. Though they didn't find the revolver, Dessau was taken to the Croydon police station for processing. There, Sergeant Matt Ratana calmly explained the charges against him and prepared to conduct a routine search.
I understand, stand up.
So please leave.
What?
Please leave. I think I'm going to parcel.
Okay, listen to me. My name's Matt, I'm the custody officer, right? I'm in charge. I'm not involved in the investigation. You've been arrested on suspicion of possession of bullets, ammunition, and possession with intent to supply.
Class B.
Class B, anything else?
No, that's it.
Alright, your detention's not been authorised yet, but I can authorise a search of you under section 54 of PACE.
But as Sergeant Ratana instructed him to stand, Dessau suddenly pulled out the hidden revolver from beneath his coat and fired. Despite being in a secure environment, Dessau had managed to smuggle the firearm past officers, ultimately resulting in the tragic death of Sergeant Ratana.
Matt, you alright?
I'm gonna take them!
Matt,
Right, I'll blow it! Matt!
come away,
Stop
come away.
it!
The shocking incident left the law enforcement community devastated and underscored the unpredictable dangers officers face even in controlled settings. In a shocking courtroom twist, emotions boiled over when 27-year-old Cristiano Alves Turto took justice into his own hands. During a jury session for his father's murder trial, Turto suddenly pulled out a gun and shot 38-year-old Francisco Clejaldo Mariano Diura 6 times, right in the middle of the courtroom. As if that wasn't enough, Turto then struck Diura with a firearm before being subdued. Diura was rushed to a nearby hospital and incredibly survived the attack. Meanwhile, Turto fled the scene but was quickly tracked down and arrested for attempted murder. He's been in custody ever since, and the trial, now marred by this shocking act of violence, still waits a new date. This tragic story unfolds with Jason Brock Banks and Aaron Ray spending a night out together, hitting several bars and enjoying themselves. CCTV captured the couple moving through town until around 3 a.m., with Aaron seen wearing a white t-shirt, but things took a dark turn once they returned home. Aaron discovered messages on Jason's phone, explicit chats with other users on the dating app Grindr. Fueled by anger and jealousy, Aaron recorded himself scrolling through the messages. Shortly after, things escalated violently. Aaron attacked Jason in the bathroom of their student accommodation, fatally stabbing him in both the back and abdomen. When Jason's parents couldn't reach him the next day, they contacted the building manager, who unlocked the room and found Jason's body on the bathroom floor. In court, it was revealed that after the attack, Aaron casually walked to the communal kitchen to leave the knife before heading to Newcastle Central Station to grab a taxi to Sunderland. Despite claiming he didn't realize Jason had been fatally injured, the evidence told a different story. What started as a night out tragically ended in heartbreak, a grim reminder of how jealousy and anger can spiral out of control. The tragic Buffalo shooting in 2022 was one of the most heartbreaking and unforgettable events of that year. Out of the countless mass shootings that plagued the United States, this one stood out for its brutal nature and the chilling fact that it was broadcast live. On May 14, 2022, an 18-year-old named Peyton Gendron took to Twitch, streaming his horrifying actions in real time. But this wasn't some attention-seeking stunt. Gendron had one grim goal in mind: hurt as many people as possible. He drove to a Tops-friendly market in Buffalo's East Side neighborhood, an area known for its large black community, a fact Gendron had deliberately considered when picking its target. Armed like he was heading into battle, Gendron arrived at the supermarket parking lot just before 2:30 p.m. The chilling video shows him stepping out of his car and immediately opening fire, shooting 4 people outside the store and killing 3 of them. Twitch quickly cut the live stream, but Gendron continued his rampage inside. He shot 8 more people, killing 6 of them. Among the victims was former Buffalo police officer Aaron Salter Jr., who had been working as a security guard at the store. Salter tried to stop Gendron, but his bulletproof armor blocked the shot. Gendron fired back, tragically killing Salter on the spot. In a disturbing moment that further exposed Gendron's motive, he briefly aimed his gun at a white person hiding behind the counter, but quickly apologized and moved on. By 2:26 p.m., police had arrived and convinced Gendron to surrender peacefully. He was arrested and later charged with first-degree murder. Shockingly, when his trial began, Gendron pleaded not guilty, a move that stunned many, but his tactics didn't work. He was ultimately found guilty of all charges, including murder, domestic terrorism, and hate crimes. Gendron was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences without the chance of parole, with additional federal charges still pending. The Buffalo shooting remains a devastating reminder of the dangers of hate-fueled violence and the innocent lives that are stolen as a result. Franz Reichelt, a French tailor and parachute pioneer, had a bold vision. He believed he could create a wearable parachute suit that would allow pilots to survive an emergency mid-air exit. Known as the Flying Tailor, Reichelt was determined to prove his invention could save lives. After testing his parachute suit on dummies with some early success, Reichelt decided it was time to put his creation to the ultimate test by jumping himself. Despite receiving permission to conduct a test using a dummy at the Eiffel Tower, Reichelt insisted on making the jump in person. On February 4, 1912, against the pleas of onlookers who tried to stop him, Reichelt climbed the Eiffel Tower dressed in his homemade parachute suit. Moments later, he stepped off the platform, leaping from a height of 57 meters, 187 feet. Tragically, his parachute failed to deploy, and Reichelt plummeted to his death. Some reports suggest that his fatal jump was one of the first ever deaths captured on film, a haunting reminder of how ambition and innovation can sometimes end in tragedy. The tragic murder of Keenan Forbes, better known as AKA, shook South Africa and left fans around the world heartbroken. On February 10, 2023, news broke that the popular rapper had been gunned down, sparking confusion and disbelief. Many hoped it was just another cruel internet hoax, but when CCTV footage emerged, the grim truth was undeniable. In the chilling video, AKA is seen outside a restaurant in Durban, casually chatting with friends. Out of nowhere, a gunman sneaks up behind him, fires a shot at point-blank range, and bolts from the scene. The crowd erupts in chaos, with people diving for cover, unsure where the deadly shot had come from. Sadly, AKA wasn't the only victim. His close friend, celebrity chef and entrepreneur Tebelo Tibbs Motsoani, was also fatally shot that night. The double murder devastated their community and left fans demanding answers. Was this a targeted hit, gang violence, or something even more sinister? While speculation ran wild, police worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Investigators later confirmed they had recovered the murder weapon in the getaway car. Even more promising, authorities claimed they had identified the shooter, though they kept those details tightly under wraps. With the investigation still unfolding, South Africans and fans worldwide are anxiously waiting for justice to be served. One thing's for sure, the senseless killing of AKA and Tibbs has left a void in the music industry that won't be easily filled. The chilling story of 26-year-old chef Marriage Heko is as bizarre as it is tragic. On July 25th, 2022, Heko was seen stumbling back to the scene of a brutal murder, visibly intoxicated and rambling about what had happened. The home he approached belonged to Stephanie Bream, Heko's former romantic partner. After their relationship ended in May 2022, Heko had struggled to move on, especially after learning Stephanie had begun dating 44-year-old Adrian Ellingford, a married man. On that fateful July night, Ellingford woke up muttering something about someone being in the house before suddenly collapsing. A horrified Stephanie found a knife plunged into his back. Tragically, Ellingford was pronounced dead at the scene. The next morning, Heko showed up at the crime scene again, still intoxicated, clutching a bottle. Despite his drunken bravado, Heko's bizarre behavior and incriminating comments sealed his fate.
What happened? And you need me to figure it out what happened. If you don't have me, you don't know what happened. I just know that some guy come here.
Yeah.
And then he up some guy. I don't know what happened.
Right.
I don't know what happened. He just got You're gonna think about me, but it's not gonna be me because there's no proof.
So you think something's happened to a male in this address?
No, I know what happened.
What happened then? Tell me what happened.
This city is mine. I'm not gonna
This
tell you
city's
what
yours, is it?
Yeah, this city is mine.
3 days later, authorities arrested and charged him with murder. He was sentenced to a minimum of 26 years behind bars. The tragic outcome not only left a family mourning the loss of a loved one, but also showcased how heartbreak, obsession, and reckless behavior can spiral into something truly horrific. This shocking case out of Miami-Dade has left residents shaken after police arrested a man accused of attempting 2 separate abductions within hours of each other. Brian Gamboa, now behind bars without bond, is facing serious charges after these disturbing incidents. The first attack happened outside South Miami Hospital when a 38-year-old woman was walking to visit a patient. Surveillance footage shows Gamboa grabbing the woman, forcing her to the ground, and trying to drag her to his car. Witnesses say he even punched her and ordered her to be quiet. Thankfully, she managed to escape by running into the hospital for help. Disturbingly, she later told investigators that Gamboa had zip ties on him at the time of the attack, a chilling detail that suggests he may have planned to restrain her.
To the victim, he had some zip ties on him as well.
Less than 30 minutes later, Gamboa allegedly tried to abduct a second victim, this time a teenage girl walking alone near Southwest 86th Street.
I was on the phone with my friends walking, and then a car pulled up 10 feet in front of me, not like 6 foot, and then some guy came out and tried to grab me.
The teen recalled that Gamboa's car pulled up about 10 feet ahead of her before he jumped out and grabbed her. She struggled and managed to break free, though she ended up with scraped knees in the process.
He tried to push me to the ground, and I got back up as quickly as possible. That's why my knees are messed up.
Both victims' quick thinking likely saved their lives. Gamboa was arrested shortly after and now faces 2 counts of attempted kidnapping. His next court appearance is scheduled for this coming Friday, and he's currently being held without bond. This case serves as a chilling reminder to always stay alert, even in familiar areas. Thankfully, both victims managed to escape, but authorities are urging anyone with additional information to come forward. This tragic footage captures the harrowing final moments of Anir Teriyaki, a young man who tried desperately to outrun his fate. On August 9, 2017, Anir was heading home to Rockburg Park, where he lived with his parents. Little did he know, 2 men were lying in wait, believed to have ties to an incarcerated drug dealer suspected of ordering Anir's murder from behind bars. As soon as they spotted Anir, the 2 men sprang into action. The chilling video shows him sprinting for his life, fear etched on his face. His pursuers moved swiftly, one of them gripping the weapon they would soon use to end his life. Anir's instincts told him to run, but tragically he didn't make it far. Just a few steps from his house, the attackers caught up to him and fired. The last glimpse of Anir in the video, dashing past the screen in sheer terror, is the final time he was seen alive. This heartbreaking case reminds us how quickly life can change. One moment of violence in a family's world is turned upside down forever. Authorities continue to investigate the deeper connections behind this calculated attack, hoping justice will prevail. This tragic story unfolds on a London-bound train on January 4th, a day that would end in heartbreak. 36-year-old Darren Penseal boarded the train first, followed shortly by Lee Pomeroy, an IT consultant, and his 14-year-old son. It started as a simple dispute. Penseal accused Pomeroy of blocking the aisle. While there's no audio in the CCTV footage, the tension between the two is unmistakable. The argument escalated quickly, with both men moving into a neighboring carriage to continue their confrontation. Moments later, things took a violent turn. In a chilling scene too graphic for public release, Penseal stabbed Lee Pomeroy 18 times in just 25 seconds, a brutal and frenzied attack. Witnesses Christopher and Megan Feiberg had seen the 2 men grabbing each other's collars before fleeing the carriage. Megan recalled that Pomeroy appeared pretty angry while Penseal reportedly threatened him, telling him to get off at the next station. Adding to the tragedy, Pomeroy's 14-year-old son recounted the terrifying ordeal in court, describing his father as a tall man who may have seemed intimidating. The young boy heard Penseal's threat and feared what was coming. After the attack, Penseal fled the train at Clarendon Station, leaving devastation behind. His girlfriend, Chelsea Mitchell, faced charges as well, accused of assisting an offender, though she denied any involvement. While Penseal admitted to possessing a knife, he claimed he wasn't guilty of murder. The case left a family shattered, and a community mourning a senseless act of violence that unfolded in just moments. This tragic situation unfolded on December 1st, 2023, in Lansing, Michigan, when police responded to a domestic violence call that escalated quickly. It all started when a distressed woman called 911, explaining that her drunk and violent husband had slapped her across the face and had a handgun. She claimed he had thrown the gun in the car, but she had possession of it.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
Massachusetts Avenue.
Massachusetts Avenue?
Yes, Lansing, Michigan.
Perfect, and then your name? Can you tell me exactly what happened?
My husband's really drunk, and he just slapped me across my face, and he's just really super drunk, and he's getting violent.
Okay, did he have any weapons on him?
He did, but he threw it in the car, so I have it.
What did he use or have?
He has a gun.
Moments later, a neighbor called 911 as well, reporting they had heard a gunshot and a woman crying. Shortly after that, the victim's daughter also contacted the authorities, confirming her stepfather had slapped her mother and fired a shot, though thankfully no one had been hit.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
Massachusetts Avenue.
Is this...
No, this is my daughter.
What's going on? Is she hurt?
Yes, my stepdad slapped her. We can hear him more.
Did he shoot her?
No, but he shot a gun to scare her.
By the time officers arrived, they encountered the armed suspect outside. They immediately instructed him to show his hands and get on the ground. At first, the man complied by going down on his knees, but suddenly, he reached for the gun in his waistband. In that split second, officers had no choice but to open fire to neutralize the threat. They quickly administered first aid, but tragically, the man later succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. This heartbreaking incident underscores how domestic violence situations can escalate rapidly, putting both victims and responding officers at extreme risk. On August 20th, 2023, in the Harrow household, 10-year-old Catalina was just relaxing at home when something terrible happened. Officers responding to a shooting found Catalina lying in a pool of blood. Her devastated family stood outside, barely able to speak. Her father, Philip Harrow, eventually admitted that he'd been cleaning his guns earlier that day and left them out. While Philip had stepped outside to talk to a friend, his 8-year-old son and a 12-year-old friend found the guns and began playing with them. That's when one accidentally fired, striking Catalina in the neck.
Where'd she shot at? Turn around, there's me a gunshot wound. Can you guys get out the here? Yeah, I got it, watch out.
Yes.
Wait right here, okay? Just wait right here. Wait right here. Shot in the neck. Got the gunshot wound here. I only touched her a little bit, but ran some pulse checks. She was gone when I got here. Shot in the neck. Where's the gun? I don't know. I haven't seen none. I can't have nobody leaving.
What happened, man? I'm not sure. I was cleaning up.
You were cleaning up?
Yes.
Is there a firearm in your house?
There is. They should all be in the safe. I'm just barely cleaning.
Last time you guys saw her?
She was asleep. I went and checked on her because I took a shower and that was it. She was just asleep.
And what time was that?
Like at 12.
Okay.
But she was fine.
Is that the last time you guys saw her? Okay.
How long has it been?
The last time she was checked on was at 12. What happened?
I just heard him, he was just laying down, and then I just heard him start screaming, Catalina was shot, and I ran so fast, I couldn't even process what was going on. I tried to hear like that. I could hear him in his voice, he was scared. He started crying when he seen me.
That little boy.
What the happened? Is she okay?
Her babe.
No! You can't do this to me!
That's my wife.
I know. What happened? My child is gone!
Working on her, baby.
What the happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
No, it was them. They were
What did you do? What do you mean with him? You don't do what happened? What happened? And what injuries did she have? Y'all don't know what the happened, guys.
Mom just left him here. And he's been trouble. But I tried with him, and I tried with this little boy. He's done a lot. Please tell me my daughter's gonna be okay. She's not?
She has a gunshot wound right here.
Are you serious to her head?
Right kind of where her neck meets her head. They're working on her. As of right now, she has a pulse.
Philip was later arrested and charged with negligently making a firearm accessible to a minor and tampering with evidence. He's now facing up to 18 months in prison and a $10,000 fine. Catalina fought hard for her life, but tragically she passed away the next day at the hospital. And then there's Kathleen Davis, a grandmother from Florida, who seemed determined to land herself in jail.
Okay. Sir. Hey, you sit down on the car. Sit down on the car.
Can you put me in jail for that?
Hold on.
Please?
Just you wait.
Because I wanted to...
We'll about it once.
On September 21st, 2017, Kathleen called 911 to report her own crime because she wanted to go to jail. She had thrown eggs at her son-in-law Michael's house, then jumped in her car and tried to run him down. When officers boxed her in, Kathleen didn't hesitate to confess. She was furious with Michael, claiming he had been harassing her for over 2 years and had ruined her relationship with her daughter by revealing their past affair. Kathleen openly admitted that she had intended to hit Michael and was fully prepared to face the consequences.
I wanted to hit him.
Okay.
Sir.
Hey, you sit down on the car.
I wanted to...
On the car.
Can you put me in jail for that?
Hold on.
Please?
Just you wait.
Because I wanted to...
We'll talk about it in 1 second.
Listen, it's attempted murder. It is. It's attempted murder.
Okay.
It's attempted murder.
Okay.
It's attempted murder.
Just relax.
And I totally admit to it.
Okay.
Okay? He has a record a mile long, by the way.
Okay.
He's a criminal in the city.
Well, hey, let's do something real quick,
Get
okay?
out here, piece.
Did you hit this car on purpose? Been harassing you for how long now?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. How does he harass you?
He threatens me.
Threaten how? What does he threaten?
To threaten me, he tells me that he's going to tell my daughter that we had a relationship. Okay? You know what
Yeah,
that does to somebody
that's not
with a
nice.
mom
That's special.
and a daughter?
Yeah, that's gonna mess up your relationship. You don't want that.
Well, my daughter now doesn't want to have a relationship with me. And, well,
Because he's making up lies.
No, he's not making up lies. I did. I had a relationship with this guy.
Okay, and that kind of ruined your relationship with the daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, and so he told her that was
But
going
he, listen, darling, he only did it so he could ruin my hand.
on. Okay.
You know, it wasn't anything like that.
Oh, I see
But
what you're saying.
He used me so he could get to her.
Okay.
His father is in the mob.
Okay.
He's got a criminal record a mile long. I'm a pastor's wife. Hello.
Okay.
Haha.
What is your first name? I haven't caught your first name yet.
My name is Kathleen.
Nice to meet you. I'll shake your arm. Just have a seat for me. Just
And,
sit down. I'm going to find your ID so I know who you are, Kathleen. You want to...
Oh, yeah.
Is that what your intention was here today?
No. It was just throwing eggs on his car.
Throw eggs.
And if he ran in front of my car,
Okay.
Sit back down.
yes.
All right, with the right to mind, why'd you come over here tonight?
To throw eggs at his house.
Why?
Because he deserves to die.
All right.
Okay? Okay. Hey, Gabe! That's my grandson.
That's
by the
fine.
way.
Turn around. Let me just check this cuff.
You can make him harder. I deserve it.
You said hotter?
Make him
Or
harder.
harder?
You can make him harder. Listen, I'm telling you, I don't care what I did. There's nothing, I don't feel bad for what I did. This man has ruined my life, and he's ruined my children's life. He's a predator, and he has a record a mile long. I don't feel bad for what I did.
She was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and sentenced to 3 years of probation. She was also ordered to stay away from Michael, take an anger management course, and avoid drugs and alcohol. Lastly, in Bunnell, Florida, officers answered a distressing call about children screaming from a nearby home. When they arrived, the sound of a child crying for their mother led them straight to the house of Gilbert Bridewell and Christina Coe, brother-in-law trashing the place before moving out, but officers knew better.
Yeah, are you the mother of these children here? They've been screaming and crying? Right, well, he looks like he needs some juice or something. He's showing me his cup. Okay, well, we're getting complaints that they feel like there's children in distress over here. Yeah, that's what kids do.
When was the last time you even changed their diapers? As it's sagging there, probably full.
They had a ton of juice, and it was probably an hour and a half ago when I changed their diapers.
Does it seem to be a safe environment for your children?
Yeah, it is completely safe. It's just, they're very, very loud and vocal. And since both of the windows are opened...
This is a safe environment, huh?
His brother and his wife we've been living with them. They decided they were gonna move out and completely trash the whole entire place and leave it that way, and we've been dealing with it.
Right. Well, it looks like, I mean, by the way it looks outside, it looks like, I mean, this took a while to build up this. What's up, little buddy?
The child's father, Gilbert, returned home shortly after. When confronted about his children's living conditions, his only defense was that he had a baby monitor, a monitor that didn't even work.
The other children were locked in that other room. There's just the screen, duct tape in there. Neighbors heard him screaming. I mean, I know you have a child camera in there.
Yeah, I can. Does that camera record? It does not. It only...
The authorities decided enough was enough. The children were removed from their parents' custody and placed with a family member. Gilbert and Christina were both charged with 3 counts of felony child neglect. If convicted, they each face up to 5 years in prison or probation, plus a $5,000 fine. In each of these tragic cases, the choices people made turned lives upside down, some by negligence, some by rage, and others by sheer recklessness. And in the end, the ones who suffered the most were the innocent victims caught in the chaos. This haunting footage reveals a chilling attempt to cover a horrific crime, one that no one could have expected. It all started with a routine phone call. Brenda, a concerned mother, was speaking with university staff about her daughter Sydney. During that conversation, something went terribly wrong. By the time police arrived at the house, they could hear Sydney's terrified screams. She ran out to meet the officers, desperate to stop them from going inside. She warned them about the blood, but her panicked behavior didn't quite add up.
I can hear her screaming in there. Front door's locked. Akron Police! Akron Police!
Moments later, she changed her story, claiming that someone had broken in.
She's in the ground. So there's...
Who is it?
My mom! There's someone broke in the back window.
All right, hold on.
And she's on the ground. And there's
hold on.
Where's your mom? Okay, stay right here.
No, there's so much blood. No, please.
Man.
She's in the corner. No.
Stop. Hold on, we gotta figure out what's going on. Can you sit down?
Car 9, get that 32 rolling here quick. We got a female down, blood all over the place. Start some more units, we got a crime scene. Take her outside.
Come on. Come on.
Is she gonna be okay?
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
You just need to cooperate with me, all right?
What you got? No, there's blood all over. I don't know if she's bleeding. All right, I'm grabbing my gloves. Secure the scene. She looks like a 22. She looks like she's been down for a while. There's blood all over the place. There's a knife by her head and stuff like that, and there's a huge pool of blood.
When officers stepped inside, they discovered a gruesome scene. Brenda had been stabbed nearly 30 times and struck with a heavy object. Despite their efforts to revive her, she had no pulse. Meanwhile, Sydney's father, Stephen, arrived at the house with no idea what had just happened.
All right?
I want my dad.
Huh?
I want my dad.
What happened? What's going on? What's going on?
We heard a bang. We heard a bang. And she told me to get out. And then I heard screaming. So I came back and she was on the ground.
Okay, you heard a bang.
Out back. There was a bang. Someone broken.
Okay. What is your name?
Sydney.
Are you cut?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're cut somewhere.
I don't think so.
Yeah, your hand.
No, I was helping her. I grabbed her.
All right, stop. I'll tell you what, can you sit on the ground here real quick? Come on.
You said the ground.
Yeah, you're fine right there.
No.
You're fine right there.
I grabbed the knife.
This is minor. They might have a more, I don't know, check that victim in there. She's got cuts on her hands. I don't know what they have in there, but there's a female down in there. Yeah.
Earlier that day, Stephen had received a call from the university informing him that Sydney was no longer enrolled. He had planned to talk to Brenda about it, but before he could, he got another call. This time it was from the police.
I don't know. We just got
dad. I'm the dad.
Okay,
Sydney. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Daddy!
What? What the hell? Where's my wife?
The window
Where?
The back window's broken in!
So you're gonna have to... There's officers inside there, so...
I don't know! There was so much
the lady in the
blood!
house, okay? She's got minor cuts and stuff.
You need to go outside, sir.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Outside. Back to
Somebody
the right.
call
All the way back to the right.
Somebody call GDs.
Yeah, he's, he
Somebody
already
call
called us. You need to stay outside. Go ahead. Please have a seat.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Outside the house, Sydney played the role of a confused victim, lying on the ground, acting disoriented, and dodging questions. But investigators soon uncovered the truth. Inside the home, they found 2 murder weapons, a frying pan and a large knife. Bloodstains, shattered glass, and footprints littered the scene.
2 throat slashed. Yeah.
Go ahead. Still alive?
There's a big knife right there. Don't think so. Big old frying pan. There is a knife by her shoulder, just so you know.
Who did this?
We don't know.
I don't feel a pulse.
I didn't feel one either.
It became clear this wasn't some random break-in. It was something far worse. As detectives pieced the puzzle together, they discovered Sydney had been living a lie. Once an excellent student, her grades had started to slip, and she eventually faced suspension. Instead of telling her family, Sydney kept pretending everything was fine, even continuing to attend classes. When the university finally informed her father that she'd been expelled, the truth began to unravel. That morning, Sydney returned home, and shortly after, Brenda contacted the university asking for answers. When they confirmed Sydney's suspension, something inside her snapped. In a fit of rage, Sydney grabbed a frying pan and struck her mother repeatedly. But she didn't stop there. In an attempt to stage a robbery, she grabbed a knife and stabbed Brenda over 30 times. Even worse, Brenda was still alive for a while after the attack. But instead of calling for help, Sydney worked to sell her fake story. She punched a window to create injuries on herself, then lay on the ground crying, all part of her act. Later, it came to light that Sydney had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, something she had kept secret. Her defense claimed she suffered a mental breakdown during the attack.
Healing was not an option in her mind. In her mind, if she failed, then she was a failure. And I think that is when some of the early manifestations of thought disorder, some of the early auditory hallucinations were manifest. But again, she didn't seek or couldn't seek help because, if you're a successful graduate, student, athlete at Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's, you don't do that. It was just, it was inconsistent with her picture of herself.
But detectives weren't convinced. They argued that her calculated lies to both her father and the police proved she knew exactly what she was doing. In September 2023, Sydney was convicted of murder, felonious assault, and tampering with evidence for the crime committed in 2020. She was sentenced to life in prison, with parole eligibility after 15 years. However, with a new trial set for February 7th, her case is now under review. No matter what the final verdict may be, this story is a haunting reminder of the devastating impact of untreated mental health struggles. Pain that's ignored doesn't just disappear, it builds, and sometimes it leads to unimaginable heartbreak. The saddest part of all, the silent suffering that went unnoticed until it was far too late. Not everyone gets the chance to showcase their evil deeds on live TV, but some take it even further, broadcasting their twisted acts for the world to see. That's exactly what happened in the chilling case of Nermin Sulejmanovic, a bodybuilder from the Bosnian town of Gatakak. On that horrific day, Nermin went live on Instagram, telling his followers they were about to witness an execution. At first, viewers were confused. Some even thought he was joking, but it didn't take long for the grim reality to unfold. The camera panned to his ex-wife, Nizama, who was tied to a chair, Her face was swollen and bruised, almost unrecognizable. It was clear Nerman had already beaten her severely, but shockingly, he wasn't done. With around 12,000 horrified viewers watching the live stream, Nerman pulled out a gun and shot Nizama in the head. The chilling sound of the gunshot was followed by the heart-wrenching cries of their young daughter in the background. As if that wasn't enough, Nerman claimed during the stream that his reason for murdering Nizama was because she had kept their child from him for 8 days. But this nightmare didn't end there. Fueled by rage, Nerman stormed into the streets and went on a shooting spree. In his path, he claimed the lives of a father and his son, while a police officer was also injured, though fortunately he survived. By the time authorities caught up with him, Nerman had taken his own life before they could arrest him. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a disturbing history. Nerman wasn't just a fitness trainer. He had a long rap sheet involving drug possession, smuggling, and even hacking a police officer. He was also tied to a notorious gang known for spreading chaos in the area. Tragically, his innocent ex-wife paid the ultimate price for his violent past. And the most horrifying part, thousands of people witnessed her final moments unfold in real time. The footage captures the grief-stricken grandmother of 2 young boys whose lives were tragically cut short in a harrowing incident involving their mother, Tiffany. What began as an ordinary day quickly spiraled into a nightmare when neighbors were startled by Tiffany's desperate cries for help. She collapsed in a neighbor's driveway, frantically pleading for assistance, claiming her children were in grave danger. Concerned by her distress, a neighbor rushed inside the home, only to be met with a shocking and heartbreaking scene. The 2 young boys, critically injured but still clinging to life, lay motionless.
County 911, where's your emergency?
219 Bentwood Drive, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 40165. My neighbor just came up to my door and just passed out, and I can't get her to wake up. She's
okay, is she breathing?
She is. I would say in her early 30s. And now she's screaming that the kids are dying. Stay here. She is breathing, yes.
Do you know if she has any medical history?
I have no idea. I don't care. I just don't.
Emergency services were called immediately, and paramedics fought to save them. But despite their best efforts, the tragedy could not be undone. As authorities arrived and assessed the situation, Tiffany was taken into custody, leaving the community in shock and her own family struggling to comprehend the unthinkable.
She conscious? She conscious? Yeah. Ma'am, what's your name? Huh? I can't hear you. Tiffany? All right, Tiffany, I'm going to change these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right? Now I'm going to pick your hands up so you can take these off. Do not struggle, do you understand me? You're going to sit up at the same time. You understand? 1, 2, 3. Take this leg, fold it in, make that foot touch your knee. Roll to the side, on the ground. Now we're going to roll again this way and I'm going to assist you up on your feet, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Is that woman's on the other side.
Yeah. Oh, you got her.
Yeah, she's in my car.
She wasn't injured. I didn't see any injuries on her.
Looks like she peed herself.
Yeah, she probably peed herself. I don't know why.
I've been here before with CPS on an investigation over here with kids, and they wouldn't let them in. It's been about a year, but yeah, that's the only time I've ever had to come back here for anything other than paperwork, subpoenas and stuff.
Stand here with him. I'm going to get my wand. Okay. I'm going to do that myself. You got a light? Will this light turn on? Okay. This is just the wand, okay? It's just to check you. You got anything on you? Nothing?
I shot myself.
Huh?
I shot myself in the head.
You what?
Shot myself in my ear.
You shot yourself in the ear?
Mm-hmm.
Which ear?
This one.
I don't see anything.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself? I mean, where are you from, or where you grew up, or anything like that?
I know I look crazy, but I'm not.
Huh?
If I know I look crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I don't think you look crazy. I'm just trying to You know, if I'm going to talk to someone, I'd rather know who they are. You know, I can tell you a little bit about me.
I love my children.
You tell me a little bit about you. Okay.
I love my children. I love my boys so much.
Oh, I know.
I wouldn't hurt them, but I just feel like I felt back, and I was letting them play the video games, and I wasn't like focusing how I was supposed to, you know, and they get that video games and the YouTube and the kids, it just messes their minds up to where people can manipulate their parents or do whatever they want, and I feel like someone put something upon my house or me or something, like, I just don't feel right. I'm not, like, I don't do this. I love my kids.
The investigation unearthed troubling details about Tiffany's past, raising difficult questions about how she had reached such a dark place. Once a respected business owner, her descent into tragedy left many wondering if mental health struggles or outside influences had played a role in her actions.
He has been digging into Tiffany Lucas' background to find out more about her. We learned that she was once a business owner whom we interviewed actually in 2016. She had just opened Ms. Tiff's one-stop shop convenience store on West Broadway. We spoke with her 7 years ago about the impact as a young entrepreneur after Walmart pulled its plan to open a store in that same area.
A lot of people don't make their way down here, but if there's a Walmart, you know, you come out of the woodworks for Walmart. So probably would have brought a lot of people to, you know, stop and check us out.
Business records show her store closed in 2017. A year later, we found she pleaded guilty to drug charges and was sentenced to 30 days in jail. There's no criminal record between 2018 and last week.
As her family mourned the unbearable loss, they also sought justice for the boys whose lives had been taken too soon. The devastating cases served as a stark reminder of the importance of mental health awareness and the need for early intervention in struggling families. It underscored the necessity of recognizing warning signs, fostering open conversations about emotional well-being, and providing support for those in crisis. In the wake of the tragedy, the community was left on how such heartbreak could be prevented in the future. The loss of two innocent lives became a somber call to action, a reminder that protecting the most vulnerable requires vigilance, compassion, and a commitment to ensuring that those in need do not face their struggles alone. This animation tells the tragic story of Aeroflot Flight 593, a flight that ended in disaster under shocking circumstances. On March 23, 1994, the plane departed from Hong Kong bound for Moscow. Sadly, it never reached its destination. Instead, it crashed into a remote mountain range, killing all 75 passengers and crew on board. When investigators reviewed the cockpit voice recorder and flight data, they uncovered a chilling detail. The pilot's 15-year-old son had been in the cockpit that night. At some point, the teenager unknowingly deactivated the plane's autopilot. This caused the aircraft to bank sharply, tilting dangerously to one side before plunging into a near-vertical dive. The pilots fought desperately to regain control and managed to stabilize the plane twice, but the aircraft eventually stalled, spiraling out of control. Tragically, it lost altitude too quickly, crashing into the mountains below. What started as an innocent moment in the cockpit turned into a devastating chain of events that claimed 75 lives, a heartbreaking reminder how even small mistakes can lead to unimaginable tragedy. This is one of those tragic stories that leaves people shaking their heads in disbelief. Josh Powell's actions were absolutely devastating, not just for his two innocent sons, but for everyone connected to the family. Despite losing custody of his children after his father's disturbing arrest, Powell instead had supervised visits. What's chilling is how calculated this was, from locking the caseworker out to spreading gasoline throughout the house, and even attacking his boys before igniting the explosion. His final voicemail made it painfully clear that this was a premeditated act of destruction.
Hey, I'm on a supervised visitation for a court-ordered visit, and something really weird has happened. The kids went into the house, and the parent, the biological parent, whose name is Josh Powell, will not let me in the door. What should I do?
What's the address?
It's 8119, and I think it's 89. I don't know what the address is.
Okay. That's pretty important for me to know.
Sorry, I can't. Just a minute. Let me get in my car and see if I can find it. Nothing like this has ever happened before at these visitations, so I'm really shocked. And I could hear one of the kids crying, but he still wouldn't let me in. Okay, it is but I think I need help right away. He's on a very short lease with CSHS, and CPS has been involved. And this is the craziest thing. He looked right at me and closed the door. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just waiting to know where you are.
Okay. It's 8119 189th Street, Port East, Puyallup, 98375. And I'd like to pull out of the driveway because I smell gasoline and he won't let me in.
You want to pull out of the driveway because you smell gasoline, but he won't let you...
He won't let me in.
He won't let you out of the driveway?
He won't let me in the house.
Whose house is it?
Got the kids in the house and he won't let me in. It's a supervised visit.
I understand. Whose house is it?
Josh Powell.
Okay, so you don't live there, right?
No, I don't. No, I'm contracted to the state to provide supervised visitation.
I see. Okay. And who is there to exercise their visitation?
I am. And the visit is with Josh Powell.
And who supervises?
And he is the husband that I supervise.
So you supervise and you're doing the visit?
Yeah,
you're supervising yourself?
I supervise myself. I'm the supervisor here.
Wait a minute. If it's a supervised visit, you can't supervise yourself. If you're the visitor.
I do supervise myself. I'm the supervisor for the supervised visit.
Okay, well, aren't you the one making the visit? Or is there another parent that you're supervising?
No, I'm the one that supervises. I pick up the kids at their grandparents.
Yes. And then who visits with the children?
Josh Powell.
Okay, so you're supposed to be there to supervise Josh Powell's visit with the children.
Yes, that's correct.
And how did...
And he's the husband of missing Susan Powell.
This
is a high-profile case.
How did he gain access to the children before you got there?
I was one step in back of them.
Okay, so they went into the house and then he locked you out.
Yeah, he shut the door right in my face.
Now, your last name?
My name is Elizabeth Griffin Hall, and the kids have been in there by now approximately 10 minutes. And he knows this is a supervised visit. 2. Braden is 5, and Charlie is 7.
Their dad's last name?
Powell, Powell. His first name is Josh.
Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Native?
He's white.
Date of birth?
I don't know. He's about 39.
How tall?
5'10", 150 pounds.
Did you notice what he was wearing?
No, I didn't notice what he was wearing.
Is he alone then, or is anybody?
I don't know. I couldn't get in the house.
Are you in a vehicle now or on foot?
I'm in a vehicle. I'm in a Prius, a 2010 Prius.
What color
with the doors locked. But he hasn't opened the door. I rang the doorbell and everything.
What color
I begged him to let me in.
Elizabeth, please listen to my questions. What color is the Toyota Prius?
Gray, dark gray.
And the license number?
I don't know. I can look.
All right, we'll have somebody look for you there.
Okay, how long will it be?
I don't know, ma'am. They have to respond to emergency, life-threatening situations first. The first available deputy.
Well, this could be life-threatening. He went to court on Wednesday, and he didn't get his kids back. And this is really, I'm afraid for their lives.
Okay, has he threatened the lives of the children previously?
I have no idea.
All right. We'll have the first available deputy contact you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello?
Hi, ma'am. Were you calling about the fire in the 8200 block of
Yes,
188th Street,
exploded the house.
Ma'am,
Yes,
do you know
do
you know the exact address of the house, or are you?
Yes, it's 8119 189th Street, Court East, 2 hours.
Okay, stand line. Do you know if anyone's in the house?
Yes, there was a man and 2 children. I just dropped off the children, and he wouldn't let me in the door.
Okay, stand line for the fire department. Okay, I'm going to get them on the line. Do not hang up. Hold on.
And people are saying there's not somebody here, but I was just there, and there is somebody here. There's 2 little boys in the house, and they're 5 and 7, and there's an adult man. He has supervised visitation, and he blew up the house and the kids. Kids and the husband and the father were in the house? Yeah. Yes, he slammed the door in my face. So I kept knocking. I thought it was a mistake. I kept knocking, and then I called 911. You saw him go back into the house in the plane, right before the plane? He didn't ever leave the house. He just opened the door. The kids were 1 step ahead of me. They're 5 and 7. They were 1 step ahead of me, and he slammed the door in my face. And you think he might have done this intentionally? Yes.
Thank you very much, fire. Ma'am, what is your name, please?
I'm Elizabeth Diffenhall, and I'm the supervisor.
Okay, hold on. Elizabeth, hold on just a moment.
I'm at 81112 on the same court.
Okay, so you're waiting down the street at 8112, 109th Street, Court, 189th Street, Court East?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in your car?
I was in my car. I'm standing outside it right now.
Okay, is that your home? Is that your home address?
No, that's not my home address. I was the supervised visitation coordinator. I picked the children up from the parents.
What is this person's name?
His name is Josh Powell. Just a minute, the sheriff's here. Let me
Okay,
tell him to
go ahead and talk in the house. Go ahead and talk to the officer, ma'am.
The lingering mystery of Susan Powell's disappearance only makes this story more haunting. Most people believe Josh was responsible for her death, but with him taking his own life, along with his children, any chance of finding out the full truth may have died with him. It's a heartbreaking reminder how complex family dynamics can turn fatal and how tragedy can unfold in the most unexpected ways. That's one of those shocking incidents that really sticks with you. Imagine being pulled over for something as routine as a tag violation, and then suddenly everything spirals into chaos. Officer Freeman's resilience is incredible. Being shot 5 times and still surviving is nothing short of remarkable.
Follow stop's going to be 221 South Main. Hey, sir, stay in your car. Hey, sir, stay in your car.
As for Curtis Hicks, it's odd that no clear motive was ever identified. Sometimes people seem to be carrying invisible battles that explode in unpredictable and tragic ways. The fact that he kept firing even after crashing his truck just shows how determined or desperate he was in that moment. Stories like this are a sobering reminder of how unpredictable police work can be. What starts as a routine stop can turn life-threatening in seconds. The fact that Clarence managed to survive because of the chimney falling on him is both tragic and incredible. Imagine thinking the tornado would miss them, only for it to strike with such devastating force. Losing his wife and neighbor in that same moment must have been overwhelming. tornadoes are just so unpredictable. One moment you think you're safe, and the next, everything changes. Clarence's story really shows how powerful and destructive nature can be, no matter how prepared you feel. Antonio Andreani was all set to celebrate his 40th birthday in style, having rented a house in Italy for the party with family and friends gathered around. They even lifted him onto a podium so everyone could cheer him on. After wrapping up a phone call, Antonio jumped into the spotlight and started dancing, much to the delight of the crowd. But then, in a twist no one saw coming, tragedy hit. It turned out the podium was really the top of an old well. As Antonio danced, the stone slab gave way, and the 40-year-old commercial director plunged over 25 meters to his death. One of the girls nearby let out a blood-curdling scream as partygoers rushed to help, only to realize it was already too late. Back in September 2017, 19-year-old Kenika Jenkins was tragically found dead inside a latch freezer at the Crowne Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois. Earlier that night, Kenika had been at a party at the hotel, and security cameras later showed her stumbling through the hallways in the early hours of the morning. Sadly, her body was discovered hours later inside the freezer, where she had succumbed to hypothermia. An autopsy later revealed that Kenika had alcohol and topiramate, a medication used to treat migraines and epilepsy, in her system. Her death was ultimately ruled as accidental, though the circumstances surrounding it left many unanswered questions. Pilot error and a miscalculation of the plane's weight were believed to be the main causes behind the tragic crash of Cabana de Aviacion Flight 972. The flight took off from Havana's airport on May 18, 2018, but things went wrong shortly after. As the plane tried to gain altitude, it struggled due to a dangerous weight imbalance. CCTV footage captured the terrifying moment when the aircraft spiraled out of control before crashing to the ground. The chilling sound of the engines can be heard in the haunting footage. Sadly, 112 lives were lost, with only one passenger surviving. The survivor faced severe injuries, including an amputated leg and spinal damage that left her paralyzed from the waist down. The chilling moment when 18-year-old Edward Redmond realized he had just taken a life was caught on camera. He had stabbed 17-year-old Jay Whiston in the heart during a house party in Colchester back in 2012. About 90 minutes after the attack, Redmond received a text message informing him that Jay had died. The footage shows him panicking and making a series of frantic phone calls as the weight of his actions hit him. Redmond, who was from Clacton, was sentenced to 17 years in prison for the murder. The person seen sitting next to him in the footage, Reese Hennebury, was also jailed for his role in the crime. To make matters worse, Redmond's father, brother, and former girlfriend were all sentenced for trying to cover up the murder by getting rid of evidence. Back in May 16, 1992, Mexican singer-songwriter Chelino Sanchez gave what turned out to be one of his most unforgettable performances. He rocked the stage with his biggest hits, and the crowd was loving every second of it. But what no one knew at the time was that this would be his final show, and it all traced back to the life Chelino had lived. See, Chelino was born in 1960 in a rough farming village in Sinaloa, Mexico, a place riddled with poverty and inequality. The wealthy and powerful pretty much did whatever they pleased, and sadly, Chelino's family felt the effects firsthand. When Chelino was just 15, a local thug named El Chapo Perez assaulted his sister. Chelino wasn't about to let that slide. At a party one night, he spotted El Chapo, pulled out a weapon, and shot him point blank. Since El Chapo had powerful connections, Chelino had no choice but to skip town. He fled to Tijuana, then crossed into the US to lay low. After building a life in America, Chelino teamed up with his brother to smuggle people across the border, but tragedy struck in 1984 when his brother was murdered in a Tijuana hotel. Heartbroken, Chelino poured his pain into music, writing a song in traditional Mexican style called Corrido. He didn't hold back either. His lyrics openly talked about drugs, violence, and the gritty reality of his life. While serving time in a Tijuana prison, Chelino's music caught on with other inmates, spreading fast throughout Mexico's underworld. By the time he got out, his style had gained a new name, Narco Corrido. From there, Chelino's fame exploded, and by 1991, he was packing out arenas on tour. But fame couldn't erase the dangers from his past. In January 1992, during one of his concerts, a man stormed the stage with a weapon. Instead of running, Chelino drew his own weapon and fired back. The gunman was killed. 10 people in the crowd were injured, and Chelino himself took a bullet but survived. Sadly, his luck didn't last much longer. About 5 months later, Chelino was performing in Culiacan, Mexico, giving what would be remembered as one of his best and last performances. Mid-show, someone handed him a note. In the footage, you can actually see Chelino read it, freeze up, and start sweating. He stares out into the crowd, visibly shaken, before pushing through the rest of his set. Before leaving the stage, Chelino made a point to say a heartfelt goodbye to his fans and friends, almost like he knew what was coming. Later that night, he was kidnapped and executed with a bullet to the back of his head. The chilling part? That note he read basically told him, "We're going to kill you after the show." Tragically, Chelino knew it wasn't an empty threat, and that performance we all saw, he knew it would be his last. To this day, no one really knows who was behind his murder, and it's unlikely the truth will ever come out. Caught on camera, footage obtained by Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer shows 2 young suspects targeting a 61-year-old woman in a shocking carjacking incident. In the video, the pair can be seen approaching the woman, taking her car and speeding off. But things didn't stop there. One of the teens was later seen behind the wheel of the stolen vehicle, attempting to run down 2 young girls. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt, but the video has left the community shaken, sparking concerns about rising youth violence and reckless behavior. Just in case you forgot how dangerous cars can be, here's a chilling reminder. Surveillance footage from Los Angeles captured a tragic hit-and-run accident in Kuka Park. A 40-year-old man was crossing a busy street, not at a crosswalk, but still trying to make his way safely across. Sadly, just as he was nearly to the other side, a car whipped around the corner and struck him, launching him several car lengths down the road. The driver didn't even hit the brakes, they just kept going. Tragically, the man didn't survive the impact. As of the latest reports, LAPD is still searching for the person behind the wheel. Back in May 12, 2015, a woman named Connie was going about her morning when she heard what sounded like gunshots coming from her neighbor's house in Sand Lake, Michigan. Since her neighbor, 46-year-old Marty Durham, was known to hunt in the area, she didn't think much of it at first. Later that day, Connie's husband, Keith, mentioned that Marty hadn't been answering his phone or texts. After work, Connie decided to check things out. The Durham house was quiet, doors locked, so she figured they weren't home and went back. But after a whole day with no word from either Marty or his wife Glenna, Connie got worried. She went back to the house and this time noticed the door was unlocked. Stepping inside, she found the living room in complete disarray. It looked like someone had broken in, but what she found next was far worse. In the master bedroom, Connie discovered both Marty and Glenna on the floor, covered in blood. Horrified, she ran outside and called for help. Emergency responders rushed to the scene and declared both of them dead, or so they thought. About an hour later, a police officer on site noticed Glenna seemed to be breathing. He rushed over and to his shock, she opened her eyes and sat up, despite a bullet wound behind her ear. Glenna somehow survived. Marty, however, wasn't as lucky. He had been shot 5 times and didn't make it. Investigators soon found a Ruger revolver under the living room couch along with some cartridges and a bullet in the couple's bed. At first it seemed like a robbery gone horribly wrong, but with no clear suspects, the police started digging deeper, and what they found was chilling. Turns out, 2 days before Marty's body was found, Glenna had texted her mom saying "love you," was sorry. Even more suspicious, right after that text, Glenna's phone accessed a webpage about the exact type of revolver that was found in the house. On top of that, investigators uncovered letters Glenna had written to her kids, sounding a lot like goodbye notes. When Glenna was finally well enough to talk, she denied everything: the gun search, the letters, and even remembering what happened that day. Despite all this, there still wasn't enough solid evidence to arrest her. But then, out of all things, a talking parrot helped crack the case wide open. The couple's African gray parrot, Bud, had been handed over to Marty's ex-wife after his death. Not long after, Bud started repeating something unsettling, what sounded like an argument between Glenna and Marty.
A month or so after Bud got here, I would hear him scream and squawk, and it would happen a lot at nighttime. But then one day, literally, he just kept going over and over again, the same and it sounded like 2 different voices. And I was just so freaked out that I took it upon myself to record it.
While Bud's testimony couldn't be used in court, it gave investigators the push they needed to dig deeper. When they tested the weapon for DNA, guess whose DNA was all over it? Glenna's. Turns out, Marty had been selling his prescription meds to make ends meet after a car accident left him on disability. He trusted Glenna to handle the money, but instead she gambled a huge chunk of it away, all while telling Marty she was paying off their mortgage. When Marty finally found out the truth, he was furious, and foreclosure on the house was looming. Rather than face the fallout, Glenna staged the whole thing to look like a robbery and even try to end her own life. In June 2016, Glenna was arrested and later sentenced to life in prison for Marty's murder, all while Bud the parrot kept squawking the grim truth. Watch this seriously disturbing CCTV footage. It's the last time we see this little 3-year-old girl, Lexi, alive. Her own mom, Louise Porton, who was like a part-time model, killed her. The video shows Porton bringing Lexi into their house in Rugby. Just hours later, she suffocated her. Then, like not even 3 weeks later, she does the same thing to her baby, Scarlett, who was only 16 months old. Apparently, she killed them because they were messing with her side hustle, which was basically being a sex worker. Then she stops at a gas station, fills up her car, and Scarlett's in the back, either dead or dying. This woman, Porton, was making money by hooking up with guys she met online and sending them dirty pictures and videos. And today, they found her guilty of murdering both her kids. In Saudi Arabia, using your phone while driving is blamed for around 78% of road accidents, and sadly, 2 young men became part of that statistic. In 2017, the pair had been filming themselves on Snapchat just moments before they were tragically killed in a head-on crash. In the chilling video, you can see them smiling and singing along to music, completely unaware of what was about to happen. They were cruising down the highway between Al Rai and Al Basha in Saudi Arabia, having a good time when suddenly the camera shakes violently. You hear panicked screams and then silence. Both men died on the spot. That haunting video now serves as a grim reminder. Keep your eyes on the road. No snap or selfie is worth your life. Newly released CCTV footage reveals the haunting final moments of Ramnik Jogia before he was tragically abducted and killed during a failed robbery at his jewelry shop in Leicester. The video shows Mr. Jogia locking up his shop and heading across the road to his home on Brandon Street around 7:50 p.m. About an hour later, a man is seen crossing the street and heading straight to the shop's entrance. He slips inside through the door. By 9:56 p.m., another man is seen leaving the store carrying a large bag. He pauses for a moment, glances back, then continues down the road, a chilling clue in a crime that ended in tragedy. Back in 1986, NBC 7 San Diego aired a segment on highway safety, giving tips on what to do if your car breaks down. The message was simple: stay in your car, lock the doors, turn on your hazard lights, and wait for help, even if it takes all night.
If your car should become disabled, the rule of thumb is stay inside. There are signs you can get to put on the back window to summon for help. If strangers should offer assistance, tell them to call police or the CHP.
Just stay in the vehicle, lock all the doors, turn on the emergency flashers, and wait for help to come. Even if you have to wait all night, it's better to be in the safety of your vehicle and spend the night than to try to walk and get assistance.
The broadcast even featured a ride-along with California Highway Patrol Officer Craig Pye, who warned about the dangers of trusting strangers. His words were chilling in hindsight. Anything could happen. You could be robbed or even killed.
Anything could happen. Being a female, you could be robbed if you're a male, all the way to where you could be killed. Once you get in that other person's car, you're at their mercy.
Bottom line, though, is that preventing all this trouble is easy. Be sure your car works, and as simple as it sounds, be sure you've got gas. Because even if you're lucky enough to get some, you still may be taking your life in your own hands.
Do you realize how dangerous it is?
Yes, I realize. In fact, I was putting the gas in, and an 18-wheeler came by and almost blew me away. Truthfully.
At the time, this seemed like just another public service announcement, but in reality, it was a response to a horrifying crime that had just shaken the city. 2 days before the broadcast, on December 27, 20-year-old Kara Knott, an honor student at San Diego State University, vanished without a trace. She had spent Christmas with her family and then stayed at her boyfriend Wayne Bautista's house for a couple of days, helping him recover from the flu. Around 8 p.m. on the 27th, she called her dad, Sam, to let him know she was on her way home, a drive that should have taken 30 minutes. But 2 hours passed and she never showed. By 1 a.m., her worried father got up and told his wife, "I'm gonna find Kara." He drove straight to Wayne's house, hoping she was still there, but Wayne said she had left right after making that call. The family and Wayne then retraced the route she would have taken home, searching for any sign of her, but there was nothing. She had simply disappeared. Then, at 5:15 a.m., they made a chilling discovery. Kara's white Volkswagen Beetle was found abandoned at the Mercy Road exit off I-15. The driver's side window was halfway down. The keys were still in the ignition, and all her belongings were untouched inside the car. Kara was nowhere to be seen. Police launched an immediate search, and soon after they found her body 70 feet below a nearby bridge. The autopsy revealed she had been strangled before being thrown off. Strangely, aside from rope burns around her neck and a mysterious head injury, there were no signs of violence. There were also no clues pointing to a motive. Nothing had been stolen, and there was no evidence of an attack inside the car. At first, Wayne was the prime suspect. He was the last person to see her alive, but his alibi checked out. He was home sick when the crime happened. The only clue investigators had was a gas station receipt found in her car, showing she had stopped at a Chevron station about 15 miles from the crime scene, but questioning employees led nowhere. Desperate for leads, police turned to the media, broadcasting Kara's disappearance and asking the public for help. This is where things took a shocking turn. After the highway safety segment with Officer Craig Pye aired, the hotline was flooded with calls, but not about Kara. Instead, dozens of women came forward with disturbing stories. They all claimed that a patrol officer had pulled them over and directed them down the exact same deserted Mercy Road exit where Kara had been found. They said he kept them there for hours and sometimes even got into their passenger seats. And the officer they were all describing, Craig Pye, the same cop who had been on TV telling people how to stay safe. Pye tried to clear his name by showing his logbook, which supposedly placed him miles away at the time, but investigators quickly noticed something sketchy. His log had eraser marks all over it. A deeper dive into his past revealed an avalanche of evidence against him. When police searched his car, they found a thick yellow rope that matched the marks on Kara's neck. They also found a flashlight. Its shape and size matched the wound on her head. But the final nail in the coffin, a tiny gold fiber found on Kara's sweatshirt. Forensic tests confirmed it was identical to the gold threads in the patch of Pye's uniform. At this point, the pieces fell into place. Investigators believed Pye had pulled Kara over, just like he had with so many others. But this time, she fought back, maybe even threatened to report him. That's when he snapped. He hit her with his flashlight, strangled her with a rope, and then realizing what he had done, made sure she would never talk. He placed her body on the hood of his car, drove up the bridge, and threw her off. On January 16, 1987, Pye was arrested at his home. He was later sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He's applied for parole twice, but both times he was denied. The most chilling part, if he hadn't done that TV interview preaching about highway safety just days after committing the crime, he might have gotten away with it. In November 2016, a woman named Brandy Worley from Darlington, Indiana, made a chilling 911 call. She told the operator in an eerily calm voice that she had stabbed herself and killed her 2 kids. When the cops arrived, they found the bodies of 7-year-old Tyler and 3-year-old Charlie tucked under blankets in Charlie's bedroom. Both had been stabbed to death. Brandy was sitting in the living room, nursing a stab wound on her neck. She went on to say she did it because her husband, Jason, wanted a divorce. She didn't want him to take the kids away. When asked where she stabbed herself, she just said in the neck and confirmed she was bleeding everywhere. She also admitted she had taken a lot of Benadryl before calling 911.
203 South Madison Street,
In what town?
Darlington.
Hey, what's going on there?
I just stabbed myself and I killed my 2 children.
You stabbed yourself and killed your 2 children?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what's your name?
Brandy Worley.
Brandy what?
Worley.
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
Worley.
And where are the children at?
In my daughter's room on the floor.
In your daughter's room on the floor? Okay. And what caused you to do this today?
My husband wanted a divorce and wanted to take my kid. I won't let him have my kid.
Okay, and how old are your children?
7 and 3.
10 and 3?
7.
7 and 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where did you stab yourself at?
In the neck.
Okay, are you bleeding?
Yeah, there's blood everywhere.
Okay, and where are you at?
In my living room.
You're in your living room?
Mm-hmm.
Are you armed now with the knife still?
No, it's in my children's room.
Okay, are you still there? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, where's your husband at?
Downstairs somewhere.
Okay, what's his condition?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
And when you say downstairs, is he in a basement or?
Yeah.
Okay, what's his name?
Jason.
Nathan?
Jason.
Jason? Jason Worley?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have any other weapons with you?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay. And what are you feeling right now? I mean, you're tired? Are you where?
Yeah, I took a lot of Benadryl.
You took a lot of Benadryl?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And is there anyone else in the residence besides your children and you and your husband?
I called my mom.
You called your mom? What did she say?
I hang up and call 911 and she'd be here in a second. The last thing?
No, I'm having a hard time have a hard time hearing you. What did you say your mom's name was?
Rosemary, though.
Rosemary Odell.
Tyler was born in 2009 and was a first grader at Sugar Creek Elementary. He loved sports and dreamed of working with computers. Charlie, born 4 years later, was in preschool, loved story time at the library, and took dance classes. Brandy and Jason had been married since 2009, but the relationship had been rocky. The day before the murders, Jason finally filed for divorce. That evening, they all went to Charlie's dance program together before heading home for dinner. At some point, Brandy said she needed to go out and buy pipe cleaners. Instead, she bought the knife she would use to kill her kids. Jason was asleep in the basement when he woke up to screams. When he ran upstairs, he saw what had happened. Tyler and Charlie were pronounced dead at the scene. Brandy was rushed to the hospital and, despite her injuries, made a full recovery. The murder sent shockwaves through the small town of Darlington. Neighbors were stunned.
Kind of disbelief, definitely sadness. It's not something that it's definitely not something you hear happening in Darlington.
I looked down the street and I just seen all the cop cars, so I knew something was wrong.
The Montgomery County Sheriff held a press conference, refusing to release too many details, saying they didn't want to jeopardize the investigation.
Additional details of this crime will be released until the investigation is complete, as to not jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. I can't imagine the pain and the grief that these families are experiencing this morning. Please keep these families in your thoughts and prayers. I'll be happy to answer any questions I can.
But the grief in the community was obvious. Jason set up a GoFundMe to help cover funeral costs, and it quickly raised over $50,000. At first, Brandy pleaded not guilty and tried to claim insanity, but after a psychiatric evaluation, she changed her plea to guilty on 2 counts of murder. During her sentencing, she refused to apologize or explain why she did it. The judge handed down a 120-year prison sentence, calling the crime unnatural and senseless. Since being locked up, Brandy has reportedly shown zero remorse for what she did. She's diagnosed with depression but remains unemotional about the murders. A mother who took her children's lives, all because she didn't want to lose them in a divorce. It's a case that still haunts anyone who hears about it. Prosecutors say Laken Riley fought for her life for a brutal 18 minutes before her skull was crushed by an illegal migrant, an attack that sent shockwaves through the country and became a major flashpoint in the presidential election. Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student, was found murdered on the University of Georgia campus on February 22, after her friend reported she hadn't come back from her morning run. On the first day of the trial, prosecutors laid out their case against 26-year-old Jose Ibarra, an illegal migrant with ties to the violent Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. They claim Ibarra attacked Riley, attempting to sexually assault her, and when she fought back, he smashed her skull to silence her.
They asked him about scratch marks on his arms.
I noticed on his right bicep there was a scratch. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch, which looked like fingernail scratches to me.
A police officer named Zach Davis of ACCPD finds this hoodie jacket. And when he looks in and sees it, it's in a recycling bin, and it's standing out because it's right on top, and he noticed it had long, dark hair on it. Suspicious. So he calls UGA PD. They respond at 9 o'clock on the day of Laken's murder. They're there. They notice, they look around and see that one of the residents in this apartment in B32 had what's called a Eufy camera, which is like a Ring camera but works a little different, had a camera aimed at that dumpster. And this is what they saw. At 9:44 in the morning, about 15 minutes after Laken Riley's heart stopped, this is what they see.
Taylor Shabusiness, a 25-year-old woman, made headlines not just for her gruesome crime but also for her shocking courtroom behavior. After being charged with the brutal murder of her 24-year-old boyfriend Shad Therian, she requested a competency hearing to determine if she was fit to stand trial. The case began in February 23, 2022 with a disturbing 911 call. A man, barely able to process what he had seen, reported that his girlfriend had found the severed head of her son in their basement.
County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woke me up and swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what. It's part of my language. I'm kind of freaked out.
Officers in Green Bay, Wisconsin arrived at the scene shortly after 2 a.m., where they discovered a human head inside a bucket. Nearby, a blood-soaked mattress and pillow, along with a metal chain used in the killing, confirmed the gruesome reality of the crime.
I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it because I don't know what the and I had bad vision and she's like, is that what I think? I don't know what the fuck it is.
Do you want to stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Yeah. So,
where's it at?
So right there. Look right, there's a bucket with a towel on it.
Just keep that.
Authorities quickly identified Taylor as a suspect, and it didn't take long to locate her.
Nothing. Hey. Is this blood? Does this look like blood to you? Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint? You see this right here? Could possibly be blood. Hey, who did that? Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department. Just make sure you ain't got nothing on you here. Taylor, you have one more for your arrest. Just put your hands behind your back quick.
Anybody else in your apartment?
You got blood on your hands here too. No, on your hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to.
What apartment is it?
What apartment are you in?
Do you have it? Did you come up? You got something to get up here.
On the double.
Which apartment?
One is what they came back to.
Found wandering an apartment complex with blood on her clothing, she was taken into custody without resistance. Investigations revealed that Taylor had been having an affair with Shad despite being married and having a child. On the night of the murder, the couple had been consuming meth and prescription drugs while engaging in intimate activity in the basement of Shad's mother's house. At some point, Taylor wrapped a metal chain around his neck and began choking him. Shad struggled, his face turning purple as he coughed up blood. Eventually, he stopped breathing.
You got a day.
I don't know, like I was kind of like dozing off, like nodding out.
He was dead already? Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted the head.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then the rest of his body, it's Like all the fucking, I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know? And it's big.
container?
It's like a big Tupperware. It's not Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container. Like a
big storage code?
Yeah, one of those. And then,
So that's where body parts are in? Or I thought they were in a black bag.
they are.
What followed was even more horrifying. After killing him, Taylor proceeded to decapitate the body, placing Shad's head in a bucket. She then removed his organs, scattered body parts throughout the house, and even took a shower with some of them, showing no apparent remorse. She later described her actions to investigators in chilling detail, admitting to engaging in further disturbing behavior with the remains.
Also, when you used the
Yeah.
did you have sex with his body at all? At any point, or any type of contact? You know, obviously the stuff, but...
I grinded on him, I put the...
You grinded on?
Yeah, I listened.
Did you ever put his... You just grind on him?
And then he got half, he was like half hard while I was still I was dead. Yeah.
Okay. And was that part of playing with him, or?
That is part of playing with him.
That was part of playing with him. Did you?
Actually, I was just, I was severing his head while I was doing that too with him.
You were stopping
Yeah.
During her trial, Taylor attempted to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, but the evidence against her was overwhelming. As the proceedings unfolded, it became clear that she was losing her grip on the case. In a dramatic turn, she physically attacked her own attorney in the courtroom, reinforcing the perception of her instability.
Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call. You went off on your attorney, Taylor. You went crazy on your attorney. You can't do that. You okay?
Yeah.
You're gonna stay here for a minute, all right?
Okay.
Are you able to sit up, Taylor? She can, Mom. She's gonna stay right where she's at. All right. Just relax. Catch your breath.
I don't know why he called me down there. I should have stayed here where I was.
Yeah, what did he need?
I have no idea.
Oh, sorry.
Despite her attempts to shift the narrative, Taylor was convicted of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilation of a corpse, and third-degree assault. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring she would never walk free again. Her case remains one of the most disturbing crimes in recent history, leaving a lasting mark on those who followed its harrowing details. Juan David Ortiz, a Navy veteran and longtime Border Patrol agent, was at the center of a chilling murder spree in Laredo, Texas in 2018. Over the course of several weeks, a serial killer targeted sex workers in the area, leaving 4 women dead. The case took a turn on September 14th when one woman managed to escape his clutches, leading authorities straight to the suspect. That night, Erica Pena was inside the killer's vehicle when he pulled out a weapon and threatened her. Realizing the danger she was in, she made a daring escape, fleeing topless until she encountered a state trooper at a nearby gas station, providing a detailed description of her attacker, his vehicle, and even his name. Erica gave law enforcement the breakthrough they needed. A manhunt was launched immediately, but Ortiz was already on the move, attempting to evade capture. When officers located his vehicle, they moved in cautiously, instructing him to surrender. Despite their efforts to reason with him, Ortiz suddenly took off, disappearing into the night.
That's the strip right there. He walked inside.
He walked inside?
Yeah. 3845. I'm with Bradshaw. Are you in contact?
All right, 10-4, bro.
What is it?
Put your hands up! Turn around!
there. Stop. Is this your truck? Okay, all right. Turn around. Get on your knees. Turn around, I'll explain to you right now. Turn around. Okay, I'm going to explain to you. Okay, Bradshaw, I'm going to do the talking. All right, sir, we got a positive ID with some... This truck right here is matching with the potential, with the murders that's been happening within the past 2 weeks. We want to do an interview. We want to do some questioning. We just need for you to cooperate with us, okay? All right, fine. Make my way. Just turn around and make my way this way, okay? Turn around. Just turn around. Turn around, please. Turn around. Hey!
As officers tracked him, they realized he had slipped away into a darkened area, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location.
He's in here, bro. He's in here. We don't know. That's where we lost him when he did the corner. He cut in, so he's gonna be on this right here, on this section right here.
Where's the last place you saw him?
Right here. On this corner right here. That's where we stopped.
Wait, he made it all the way up, so he's got to be in the...
10-4, this is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to stay right here. I'm going to go up top. I'm going to take top cover. 10-4?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Somebody watch that area right there.
With tactical units arriving on the scene, police established a perimeter and began a systematic search. Ortiz had taken refuge inside an abandoned property, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to escape.
Ortiz! Come out! State police!
What's up?
Check that door to your right.
Some officers speculated that he was attempting suicide by cop, hoping to provoke law enforcement into a lethal confrontation. Before the chase, Ortiz had reportedly said farewell to 2 friends, an ominous sign that he was prepared for a final standoff.
We pull back, grab, pull back. All right, and we reassess and pull the rent.
We already have one up there as well.
Yeah. You have one up there?
Yeah, I got one up on top watching down.
Okay, we'll go meet up.
As heavily armed teams moved in, including SWAT, Texas Rangers, and state troopers, the search for him intensified. Despite being considered armed and dangerous, Ortiz was eventually captured without further incident. Once in custody, he provided a taped confession detailing his crimes, yet he later pleaded not guilty to capital murder and other charges. However, the overwhelming evidence against him sealed his fate. Ortiz was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never be able to harm another victim again. Lee Peacock, a 50-year-old man from Harrow Road, was sentenced to life in prison for the brutal murders of 2 people within the span of 2 days. Having recently been released from prison, Peacock harbored a deep resentment toward those he believed had taken advantage of his partner Sharon Pickles while he was incarcerated. His vendetta soon escalated into a killing spree, culminating in the murder of Sharon herself. According to his police interview, she had laughed at him when he claimed he would kill everyone she had been in contact with during his time behind bars. On the evening of August 19, 2021, police arrived at Sharon's residence on Ashbridge Street, northwest London, after a concerned family member reported that Peacock had confessed to multiple murders. Upon entering the home, officers discovered Sharon's body hidden under a bed. Her throat had been slashed, and a note signed by Peacock was found at the scene. A murder investigation was immediately launched. That same day, CCTV footage captured Peacock walking with 59-year-old Clinton Ashmore toward Ashmore's flat. Just 15 minutes later, Peacock was seen leaving alone, now wearing a dark hoodie instead of the polo shirt he had entered with. By the afternoon of August 20, friends discovered Clinton fatally wounded in his home. He had suffered a knife wound to the throat, and emergency services were called, but he could not be saved. A 6-day manhunt followed before police finally located Peacock on a canal boat. Upon being confronted, he attempted to cut his own throat, but officers managed to restrain him and transport him to a hospital for treatment. On February 1, 2024, Peacock stood before the Old Bailey, where he was sentenced to 39 years in prison for each of the murders of Sharon Pickles and Clinton Ashmore. Detective Inspector Wayne Jolly acknowledged the lasting trauma inflicted upon the victims' families, emphasizing that Peacock's actions would haunt them forever. The family of Clinton Ashmore described him as a kind, funny, and gentle soul who was deeply loved by those who knew him. CCTV footage played a crucial role in securing Peacock's conviction, providing clear evidence of his movements and linking him directly to both crime scenes. The judge's sentencing reflected the severity of his crimes, ensuring that Peacock would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Newly released footage reveals the hours leading up to Axel Rudakubana's brutal attack on a group of young girls attending a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. The video captures Rudakubana sitting in the back of a taxi as it transports him to the dance studio in Southport.
The spray shot. We cash it card, mate. Spray shot. Number 34A, yeah. We cash it card, mate. We cash it card, mate.
Upon arrival, he exits the vehicle and walks into the building, where he would soon carry out his horrifying assault. During the attack, he fatally stabbed 3 young girls and attempted to kill 10 others before being subdued. Following his arrest, Rudakubana pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to prison for his crimes. In some countries, the tradition of setting off firecrackers is a source of excitement, with some even going as far as making their own. However, a shocking incident like this, authorities may need to reconsider the risks involved. According to police reports, surveillance footage captured the moment a devastating explosion occurred when a bag of firecrackers being transported on a Honda Activa motorbike ignited after hitting a pothole. The blast had severe consequences, injuring 5 men who were standing nearby. Emergency responders arrived quickly and rushed the injured to the hospital, but tragically, 1 person did not survive. The incident served as a grim reminder of the dangers associated with these explosive devices. 18-year-old Jolie Cohen set out for a hike in the mountains of Alabama with her ex-boyfriend, unaware that it would be her last. Before tragedy struck, he captured and posted photos of her, moments before shooting her in the head and throwing her body over a cliff. Later that same day, he turned himself into the authorities. The court sentenced him to 52 years in prison for the brutal crime. While the issue of airplane stowaways has become increasingly common, one of the most haunting images of this phenomenon was captured in February 1970. Amateur photographer John Gilpin unknowingly documented 14-year-old Keith Sapsford's tragic fall from the wheel well of a Japan Airlines flight departing Sydney for Japan. Sapsford had likely hopped to reach Japan by hiding in the aircraft's undercarriage, but he would have faced sub-freezing temperatures, near-zero oxygen levels, and the deadly risk of the plane's moving parts. In a grim sense, his fall may have spared him a slower, more agonizing fate. Stowaways often come from developing countries, desperate for a better future. Yet the reality is bleak. Statistics show that only a quarter of those who attempt such perilous journeys survive. For most, the dream of a new life ends in tragedy. On October 24, 2023, Sacramento Sheriff's Deputy Marvin Morales conducted a routine stop on a suspicious suspect. During the search, he discovered meth wrapped in tin foil among the man's belongings. Morales confiscated the drug, and the suspect was cited for possession. However, just hours later, events took a shocking turn.
A lot of fun out here, bro. Yeah. You got new sunglasses. Oh, yeah? So let's get a haircut. Dude, I forgot your name, bro. What is it again? Let's go for it. I just saw you last week over here, bro. Yeah. You was dancing at the same time, too, man. Yeah. You promised me your best dance moves. Who? You. Yeah? You promised me your best dance moves. Yeah, definitely. What's up? You want to see the way? I gotta go back to downtown and dance there. No, way too funny. But that foil is right there in your pocket, or be real with it. Just be real. Just be real. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah? Could be. Could be, is it? I think it is. I'm not sure. Yeah? Nah, not for now. So you could either hand it over, or I could put you in cuffs and take it out your pocket. It's up to you. Oh, just... No, it's not illegal paper. No, the one in your little drug pocket. Turn it over. Can you get it back there? How about that straw right there? Right there. Right there. You know how it goes, man. After, bro. Otherwise, you're gonna need here to do some shit. I'm just gonna ride him real quick.
Security cameras inside the sheriff's office captured Morales walking into the restroom, where he was later found unconscious by a fellow deputy. Immediate assistance arrived and multiple doses of Narcan were administered to revive him.
Leave that door open! Morales! You good? My radio is dead. Huh? My radio is dead. Get his vest off. Get his vest off. Straight his leg. Straight his leg. Yep. How you take this shit off me? Miles! Morales! Morales! Hey, Morales! Hey, drag him out! Drag him out! Drag him out! Drag him out! Hey, first Norcans applied already! Leave that door open for fire! I got it. Put a trash can out there. Morales! Wake up, bud. Come on. I got a second one if you need it. Alright, come on. Hey, they're coming up. Alright. Cool. Come on, Marvin. I'm gonna try to wait one more time.
But there's nothing in RMS. Okay. When I looked at property reports.
You said foil with
and a glove, right?
Did he specify
first aid?
There's nothing in it.
Just like, how often do we just get rid of those?
But he cited him.
Yeah, you're right.
But he cited him.
You're right. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, although that might just be an old busted meth pipe because there was no mention of a pipe in the call.
Morales eventually regained consciousness at the hospital, where the full extent of his actions came to light. According to an internal report from the Sacramento Sheriff's Office, while on duty and still in uniform, Morales had intentionally smoked the confiscated drug inside the sheriff's office restroom. What he believed to be methamphetamine was in fact fentanyl. Investigators also discovered that he had used a glass pipe that he had previously obtained on the job but had falsely claimed to have discarded months earlier. Under further scrutiny, Morales admitted to taking the pipe home and smoking its residue 3 or 4 times before the incident. The department's internal investigation concluded with a recommendation to terminate Morales for dishonesty. On January 4, 2024, he was formally informed of a disciplinary action. Rather than face dismissal, Morales submitted his resignation on February 2, 2024, which was accepted the following day. Allutrade Ltd has been fined £2 million following the tragic death of Stuart Towns, a forklift driver at the company's recycling plant. The incident, which was captured on CCTV, exposed shocking safety violations at the facility. Footage from before the tragedy revealed workers routinely risking their lives to clear blockages by jumping into hoppers and working dangerously close to conveyor belts. Investigators reviewing hundreds of hours of CCTV found repeated safety breaches, highlighting a widespread culture of neglect at the plant. The company's failure to enforce proper safety protocols ultimately led to Stuart Towns' fatal accident, resulting in a severe penalty for Allutrade Ltd. Authorities emphasized the need for stricter workplace safety measures to prevent such tragedies from happening again. In September 2013, Tiffany Whitten was apprehended for shoplifting at Walmart. The store's security recorded the entire incident as she was escorted out of the premises. Unfortunately, this marked the last known sighting of her. Tiffany had been struggling with drug abuse, which contributed to her mother's initial lack of concern when she lost contact with her 26-year-old daughter. It wasn't until January 2014, 4 months later, that her mother finally reported her missing. The police conducted an investigation and questioned Tiffany's boyfriend, who was the last person seen with her. However, he maintains to this day that he has no knowledge of what happened to her due to the significant delay in reporting her disappearance. Regrettably, by the time the authorities were involved, any potential evidence that could have aided in finding Tiffany vanished. 17-year-old Jordan Turpin made a distressing 911 call, explaining that she had managed to escape from her abusive parents and desperately needed help to rescue her siblings.
I just got away from home because I live in a family of 15. We have abusing parents. Did you hear that?
The police promptly arrived at a location near her home to meet her. Despite her age, Jordan appeared much younger due to severe malnutrition, and her speech was limited and broken, as she had rarely interacted with people outside her family before. In her conversation with the officers, Jordan revealed that she had never encountered medication before, indicating her lack of exposure to the outside world and limited education.
I've never talked to anybody out there, so I've never been alone with a person, so this is very hard for me to talk.
Do you take any medication?
What's medication?
Medication?
Yeah, what's medication?
Do you take pills?
Her fear of speaking to strangers was palpable. As the situation unfolded, it was revealed that Jordan was one of 12 siblings who were all being held captive by their parents, Louise and David Turpin.
My parents are abusing. They abuse us.
Disturbingly, they were found chained up in a similar state of malnourishment and terror. The siblings' ages ranged from 2 to 29 years old, highlighting the extensive duration of their suffering. Jordan's courageous escape not only saved her own life, but also rescued her siblings from their unimaginable life of torture. Her parents, Louise and David Turpin, were subsequently sentenced to life in prison for their heinous crimes. This footage is undeniably disturbing to watch and easily overlooked if one is unaware of its context. From the clip, we can discern that a man on a stretcher is lying motionless, while medical personnel surround him, engaged in a fierce battle to save his life. What makes this clip astonishing is the surreal moment when it appears as if his soul momentarily departs from his body. An otherworldly form materializes briefly. While his heart rate appears to flatline, suddenly people rush back in, attempting to revive him with chest compressions, fighting against the brink of death. This intense effort continues for several minutes, as if they have encountered something beyond our plane of existence, all captured on a grainy hospital CCTV of all things. In this video clip, we witness Stephen Port, known as the Grinder Killer, making his way to meet a man who allegedly would become his fourth victim. The encounter appears to be quite casual, with the victim Jack Taylor inviting Stephen into his home. However, we observe from door footage that he departs shortly after. Stephen Port's case deeply haunted investigators, as it became evident that he could have eluded capture. He utilized fatal doses of GHB to murder his victims between 2014 and 2015, disposing of their bodies near his residence. Fortunately, the doorbell camera eventually captured the man responsible responsible after 4 victims, leading to the discovery of the bodies and Stephen Port's subsequent arrest. Regrettably, it appears that the police overlooked vital information from family and friends, allowing his killing spree to persist. The United States was shaken by a case that revolved around the tragic fate of Gabby Petito, a young girl whose life was cut short by her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie. Disturbing footage has come to light, offering insight into the couple's tumultuous relationship. Prior to the tragic events, they had purchased a van and embarked on a journey together, visiting various national parks. The video capturing the couple's encounter was recorded by an officer's body camera, following a distress call from Gabby while they were in Moab, Utah.
I want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be honest.
He grabbed my face.
Slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me with his nail, and I guess that's why it was. I definitely have a cut right here because I could feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns.
In the footage, Gabby appears visibly upset, crying and trembling as she recounts the altercation she had with her boyfriend. She admitted to initiating physical contact by hitting him first, but then he retaliated by grabbing her face and digging his nails into her cheeks.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him.
You slapped him first? And then just on his face?
He gets kind of just shut up.
The situation was undoubtedly unsettling to witness. Regrettably, the officers who responded to the call chose to let the couple go after speaking with them, dismissing the incident as merely a minor altercation between 2 engaged individuals who loved each other.
In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here, a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other and want to be together, can I perceive that this is going to digress into the situation where he's going to be a battered man? Right. But then again, I don't have a crystal ball.
Tragically, shortly after this incident, Gabby was reported missing and Brian was nowhere to be found. Eventually, police discovered Gabby's lifeless body near Grand Teton National Park, making it evident that she had been the victim of a heinous crime. Brian Laundrie managed to evade capture for several weeks until he took his own life in October 2021.
Investigators have not named Laundrie as a suspect in Petito's death. As for the city of Moab, they say they have no comment right now on this additional video, guys, or on the status of their investigation into that incident.
The case garnered widespread attention and exposed the complexities and challenges faced by law enforcement in dealing with domestic violence incidents. It serves as a haunting reminder of the need for greater vigilance and awareness to protect those in vulnerable situations. Zachary Latham, like many other teenagers, believed that a single video could make him famous. His breakthrough came in April 2020 when he recorded his neighbor Catherine Durham near their home in Vinland, New Jersey. Mr. Durham was unhappy with Zachary's driving, and though they tried to warn him, Zachary captured the encounter on video and referred to Mrs. Durham as a Karen.
What are you gonna do, Karen?
That's not my name, so get my name straight.
You okay, Karen?
This video quickly gained popularity, amassing around 3 million views and attracting over 40,000 new followers to Zachary's TikTok page. Instead of fading away, the situation escalated as Zachary continued to record and share confrontation with his neighbors. In one of the videos, he brandished a weapon, making the situation even more concerning. This series of videos showcased the deep discord between the parties involved and led to a tragic event on May 4th, 2020. And that day, 17-year-old Gage Durham was riding his bike out of his driveway when Zachary drove up behind him. According to the Durhams, Zachary swerved his vehicle toward Gage, who jumped off his bike and onto the curb for safety. In response to this incident, the Durham family decided to confront Zachary. Gage's father, William Durham Sr., arrived in his pickup truck, and together they went to Zachary's driveway. Zachary, accompanied by a few friends, stood his ground with a stun gun and a knife. As the confrontation escalated, William Durham Sr. was stabbed twice, once in the back and once under his arm, and tragically he passed away later in the hospital. Zachary Latham was charged with murder, but pleaded not guilty, arguing that he acted in self-defense to protect himself and his friends, fearing for their safety.
Not guilty.
The jury found him not guilty, leading to his acquittal. On the other hand, the Durhams were found guilty of trespassing and assault.
I promise you, you better back up because you're not going to like what's coming out. I promise you. No.
This series of events highlights the serious consequences that can arise from escalating conflicts and confrontations, especially when weapons are involved. It serves as a tragic reminder of the importance of de-escalating tense situations and seeking peaceful resolutions. Lars Mitting, a 28-year-old German tourist, embarked on a vacation to Bulgaria with his friends in 2014. Their destination, the Golden Sands, was renowned for its affordable party scene in Europe. However, their trip took an unexpected turn when Mitting got entangled in a violent brawl over a sports team debate during their one-week stay, suffering severe injuries from the altercation, including a suspected ruptured eardrum. Doctors advised him against immediate air travel due to potential complications from air pressure changes. Consequently, he had to wait in Bulgaria for his ear to heal. During this time, Mitting made a distressing call to his mother back in Germany, claiming that he was being stalked and felt perpetually unsafe. Seeking medical clearance to fly back home, he visited the on-site clinic at the airport. While the doctor initially perceived him as calm, Mitting abruptly panicked and bolted from the airport when someone entered the clinic. Startling surveillance footage revealed him leaving behind his belongings, sprinting away from the building at top speed. The mystery surrounding Mitting's sudden fear and paranoia raises questions about whether he was genuinely being followed or experiencing a paranoid delusion. Some speculate that strong antibiotics prescribed for his ruptured eardrum may have induced hallucinations, leading him to believe he was being pursued. Others suggest that his attackers from the Golden Sands may have been seeking a final confrontation. Despite considerable interest in the case, Lars Mitting remains elusive and has not come forward to shed light on the incident, leaving the events of over 5 years ago shrouded in uncertainty. If he is still alive, his whereabouts and the true explanation behind his actions remain undisclosed. While this footage might not have been captured on CCTV, it comes close enough as it shows body cam footage capturing the moments when police enter the confessed killer's residence.
So, sir, you're Robert? Okay.
The police are there to search for the man's girlfriend, who appears to be missing.
Well, that's the reason that we're here. I think we're here. Is the family's calling us saying we haven't heard from our daughter and our sister.
And the man is not initially detained. As a few police officers walk upstairs to search the house, the man sitting on the couch appears confused.
Not that you're aware of. Like, you're not making a whole lot of sense to me, here, guy.
Like, I don't know what. Sorry, I'm still getting my bearings.
He claims that he had a fight with his girlfriend a few weeks ago and hasn't heard from her since.
I don't know, like 3 weeks ago, we got into a tizzy. She threw a bunch of my stuff out, food, stuff like that.
However, none of the officers seem to believe his story, which later proves to be accurate when he confesses to the murder. At the moment of the footage, he seems to be making up stories on the spot. Unfortunately, the clip does not show the point of his arrest, as the footage cuts out when other officers come back downstairs, and the one filming leaves to make a call.
I'm gonna go make a call to mom.
Nevertheless, this footage was used as evidence in the trial to demonstrate that his response was inconsistent with that of a concerned boyfriend. There is an abundance of eerie footage from the old Soviet era, but this particular clip stands out remarkably. It resembles scenes reminiscent of the infamous Russian sleep experiment, depicting an emaciated man sitting on a bed. The video is interspersed with frantic jumps and cuts, showing him engaging in bizarre and unsettling behaviors such as shaking things, rocking back and forth, and more. The visuals seem to have suffered corruption over time, leaving viewers perplexed by unexplainable occurrences. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the man's face, revealing a disturbingly inhuman appearance, before the screen turns white momentarily. In the next frame, the man appears to be floating midair, as if suspended by an unknown force, and then the clip abruptly ends. Killers are inherently detached from the gravity of their actions, often unaware of the profound consequences of taking someone's life or even recognizing the moral wrongness of their deeds. In the video clips, Neil Maxwell and Luke Pearson nonchalantly discuss the murder they committed against Lee Cooper, seemingly treating it as a mere task they had to accomplish.
The lad who's in hospital, he's just assaulted someone in his vein.
In the second clip, Maxwell appears more animated and eager to discuss the incident, expressing a sense of pride in his actions at certain moments as he vividly explains what he did. Small neighborhoods often have a reputation for keeping things hush-hush, but Hal Jr. and Rosita Donaldson couldn't conceal the truth no matter how hard they tried.
Shock and fear for the community.
Despite their reluctance to cooperate with the police, they couldn't escape the damning evidence. Video footage surfaced linking their son, Howell Emmanuel Donaldson III, directly to a series of violent crimes.
Felton is the fourth victim in a series of shootings dating back to October 9th, but his death has also yielded a potential break in the case.
Initially, when colleagues saw the grainy and indecipherable CCTV footage resembling him, they joked about it. Little did they know that the footage showed a man walking just before the murder of Ronald Felton, a 60-year-old unemployed construction worker volunteering at a food bank. This incident marked the fourth killing in a string of violent acts. Hal was eventually arrested after he discreetly handed a pistol hidden in a bag to his manager at the McDonald's where he worked, along with his uniform while collecting his paycheck. He even advised her to bury the bag so deeply that no one would ever find it. However, his manager sensed something was amiss, and instead of being dissuaded, she alerted the authorities. The truth about the resemblance between Hal and the suspect on television, which his co-workers had jokingly called him Killer, finally became apparent. Fortunately for the prosecutors, the evidence provided by Donaldson himself allowed them to apprehend him, leading to the potential resolution of 4 murders that occurred between October and mid-November. Without his own actions, they might never have caught the culprit in the first place. In a terrifying incident at a Southern California home, a temporary resident was caught on camera desperately trying to gain entry after his access code failed. As his frustration escalated, he began forcefully throwing himself against the door in an attempt to break it down. Unbeknownst to the occupants, this was just the start of a violent rampage. Prior to attempting entry, the man had already crashed his car into the side of the house. The next footage shows him inside wielding a pickaxe and repeatedly swinging at a closed door. From inside, a panicked resident could be heard screaming for help, but the deranged intruder remained undeterred. After multiple failed swings, he finally inflicted enough damage to force his way in. Fortunately, the resident managed to subdue the exhausted attacker just long enough for authorities to arrive. While no one was physically harmed, aside from the damaged doors, it was a clear case of a mental health crisis spiraling out of control. Louis Gill, 20, has been sentenced to 4 years in prison after a single punch led to the tragic death of 40-year-old Andrew Young. The fatal altercation occurred on November 6, 2013, outside a Tesco Metro store in Charminster Road, Bournemouth. CCTV footage captured the shocking moment when Gill struck Young, causing him to fall and suffer a fatal head injury. The incident reportedly stemmed from a dispute over cycling on the pavement. Young, who had confronted another cyclist about riding on the sidewalk, was suddenly attacked by Gill. Despite the seemingly brief exchange, the consequences were devastating. Young succumbed to his injuries the next day. The sentencing at Salisbury Crown Court sparked public outcry, with many questioning whether 4 years was a sufficient penalty for an attack that ended in an innocent man's death. The case of Alex Murdaugh was one of the most shocking crime stories in recent years, unraveling a tangled web of deception, murder, and financial crimes. Once a respected attorney from a powerful South Carolina legal dynasty, Murdaugh's life came crashing down after the brutal double homicide of his wife, Margaret, and son, Paul, on June 7, 2021. Murdaugh himself called the police, claiming to have discovered their bodies near the dog kennels at their Colton County estate. Footage from that night shows him emotional, sobbing and trying to establish his own narrative, mentioning threats Paul had received due to a fatal 2019 boat crash he was involved in.
To let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay.
They are dead, aren't they?
Just turn on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy, are they going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
This is official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Eight's going to be the last one in and grabbing the tent.
We'll just go over to that corner of the building. I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
But the rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only two are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
No, that's right.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But I mean.
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
But as investigators dug deeper, inconsistencies emerged. A key piece of evidence was a video taken shortly before the murders that placed Alex at the scene, contradicting his alibi.
She was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother.
Murdoch at times seeming to break down, laying out what he was doing that night.
I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I
What
don't
time
know
did you wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her.
As scrutiny intensified, Murdaugh's secrets spilled out, including more than 100 financial crime charges, allegations of a staged hit on himself for insurance money, and an elaborate history of fraud.
A 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, you know, he says it got stolen. You know, and it's been gone for some time. I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost.
This is the 300 blackout rifle which I secured from the gun wall.
Ultimately, a jury found him guilty of the murders, sentencing him to life in prison without parole. His fall from grace remains one of the most dramatic in true crime history. This is the kind of story that makes your stomach turn. Captured on CCTV in the UK, the footage shows a man altering his path the moment he spots a young female student crossing the street. His intentions are clear. He follows her, steering her toward a more secluded area. His motive? He later claimed he'd been rejected by women on his night out, as if that somehow justified his violent actions. The attack was brutal, the kind of assault that haunts victims for years. But thankfully, this young woman survived. Even better, justice was served. The attacker was sentenced to 12 years in prison. It's a terrifying reminder that these dangers are real. And while people call it every woman's nightmare, it should be everyone's nightmare. Because we all have mothers, sisters, daughters, and friends who deserve to be safe. This case is the definition of justice delayed but not denied.
We have a person in jail who will be there for the rest of his life, and I'm so grateful for that.
Back in 1980, Helen Pinsky was a bright, ambitious journalism student interning at a radio station in Denver. But one night, she never made it home. The next morning, her body was found, tied up, sexually assaulted, and stabbed 9 times. For decades, her family had no answers. DNA technology wasn't advanced enough to identify her killer, but in 2019, a breakthrough changed everything. Authorities linked DNA from the crime scene to a man named James Curtis Clanton, formerly Curtis Allen White, a convicted sex offender who had been living in Denver at the time of Helen's murder. When confronted, Clanton confessed. His words caught on a police body camera. He described a childhood filled with abandonment, cruelty, and disturbing acts of violence, starting with torturing animals as a child and escalating into unthinkable crimes against people.
When I was 8 years old, I started with insects and putting them in red ant piles, and went up to amphibians and went up to small animals. When I was 8 years old, I hung a cat in a tree and beat it to death with a tree limb. Couldn't understand why. Where's a kid that old get that kind of rage? And that rage has always stayed with me. I mean, I think every time something hurts me so bad that I can't deal with it, and I learned anger covers up pain. That was pretty much the basis of everything I've ever done. I was just mad all the time.
So you were saying, you know, right before you turned this thing on, that it's 40 years ago, that you don't remember most of it, but you did not use the yellow Mustang, you used the green station wagon?
Yes.
Okay, and then when you stabbed her in the field and left her there, did you pose her body at all? Did you like lay her the way she was laying, or did you okay, so you just stabbed her and walked away?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she never cried, she was nice to you the whole time?
Yes.
When you stabbed her, did she ask you why, or did she just...
I don't think she expected me to, because I told her to get down on her knees, and then I told her, I said, don't get up until you know I'm gone. And that's when everything else went a totally different way.
Okay. And now you just said that you think you threw the knife in the field, but you're not sure.
I wouldn't swear to it.
Okay. Do you have any idea where the knife could be if you did not throw it in the field? Could it be in your trailer still? Could it be in
No, it ain't up here.
Okay.
There's nothing up here from that time.
Okay. And I was kind of asking you a little bit about it, and you said you didn't do any other ones. 10 minutes prior, there was a attempted sex assault right up the street, and they said the person had a green hoodie. Did you try to take somebody else and they got away from you, and then you went to Helene? And when I say attempted, means, you know, you try to grab her, she pulls away, and you're like, oh, I better get out of here.
I passed a girl on the sidewalk, but I didn't try to get her.
Okay. What
she was watching me prepared, but I didn't assault her in any way. She just passed me and I passed her.
So did you have it intended in your mind that you wanted to that you were going to take somebody that night for sex? So you had your mind set that someone's coming with me tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first grabbed Helene, was it right when she stepped off the bus? Was it when she was walking down the street?
She probably walked down the sidewalk half a block, maybe a block. She was walking down the sidewalk.
Where were you? Were you behind her, in front of her?
I think I went up to the next block, turned left, and parked beside the street.
Okay, and then so when you came up behind her, you just put your arm around. Did you put your arm around her shoulder? Did you put your arm around her?
Around her waist, and I had the knife palmed in my hand and pointing toward her.
Okay. What kind of knife was it? Was it a pocket knife, buck knife?
It was kind of like a hunting knife.
You know how long it was?
The blade was probably 5 or 6 inches.
Okay.
Clanton was sentenced to life in prison. While it took 40 years to bring him to justice, Helen's loved ones finally got the closure they deserved.
And so they told me, and I just lost it. And because it was just a relief.
Clanton admitted to killing Helene. Janet says she's glad he's in jail, and now she just wants to focus all of her energy on remembering her sister.
It gives me some peace knowing that this beast is in jail, but I don't think we'll ever have closure because Helene's not here. And, you know, that void will remain with us forever. She's just a special, special woman whose life was taken way too soon.
Jamaica, with its golden beaches, infectious reggae beats, and endless tropical drinks, seemed like the perfect getaway for 53-year-old Timothy Southern from Lichfield, Staffordshire. In May 2022, he arrived at the Royal Decameron Club Caribbean in St. Lucia with his family, ready to embrace the island's laid-back charm. His days were spent lounging under the sun, swimming in the crystal-clear ocean, and enjoying local cuisine, while his nights came alive with laughter, music, and an assortment of colorful cocktails. But one particular evening, caught up in the vacation excitement, Timothy joined 2 fellow guests in a drinking challenge. A daring attempt to consume all 21 cocktails on the bar's menu in one sitting. Having already knocked back several brandies and beers earlier, common sense might suggest he call it a night, but the thrill of the challenge was too tempting to resist. The drinks kept coming, the energy in the air was electric, and the crowd cheered him on. Though not known for heavy drinking, Timothy went all in, but after his 12th cocktail, the effects of alcohol, heat, and excitement began catching up to him. Feeling dizzy and unsteady, he finally decided to bow out, said his goodbyes, and headed back to his room, the world around him swaying. Or was it just the alcohol? His family, unaware of just how much he had consumed, assumed he was just tired from a long, eventful day. But once inside his room, things took a terrifying turn. What started as simple dizziness quickly spiraled into a full-blown medical crisis. His stomach churned, nausea set in, and he struggled to remain conscious. In a frantic effort to ease his discomfort, he tried to induce vomiting, but soon found himself in serious distress. A family member, sensing something was terribly wrong, rushed to his side, placing him in the recovery position. Panic spread through the room as his condition worsened. His breathing became shallow, his skin turned clammy, and his family, now in a state of sheer panic, desperately pleaded for help. A nurse eventually arrived, but shockingly, no ambulance had been summoned. As time slipped away, his family begged for immediate action, but it was too late. When the nurse finally attempted chest compressions, Timothy's pulse had faded, his body lay motionless, and their worst fears became a heartbreaking reality. He was gone. The official cause of death? Acute gastroenteritis, triggered by excessive alcohol consumption, a clinical term for an unimaginable loss. A vacation meant for relaxation and joy had turned into a nightmare. His family's grief was made even worse by their frustration with the resort, believing it had failed them, not just by allowing such reckless drinking, but by delaying life-saving medical intervention. To add to their heartbreak, their travel insurance did not cover repatriation, forcing them to set up a GoFundMe campaign to bring Timothy home. A dream vacation turned tragic, a paradise lost in every sense. Williams clearly wasn't going down without a fight, but Metro Nashville's Titans unit was ready for him. It's almost like he thought he could shoot his way out of a first-degree murder charge. Not the smartest move. Detective Diaz took a hit to the leg but managed to get to safety, while Detective Gonzalez fired back, hitting Williams in the hip.
Hands up, right now! Hands up! Back up, back up, back up, back up! Hands up, right now! Hands up! Back up, back up, back up! Drop it!
Don't move!
Don't move!
We got shots fired, suspects down.
Michael, don't do it!
Get a 47 rolling. Suspect down.
Don't move!
In the end, both survived. But now Williams is not only facing that murder charge, but also whatever they throw at him for opening fire on officers. With a $1 million bond already set for his murder charge, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Now it's just a matter of seeing how the court handles him, especially after the shootout. Tiambra really thought she was untouchable, dodging cops for a year after killing a man and his dog in a hit and run. But karma has a funny way of catching up, and in her case, it happened outside of Chuck E. Cheese. Stealing a purse, using stolen credit cards, all while the police were already hot on her tail. She wasn't just reckless, she was practically asking to get caught. But the real kicker? She tried to use a child as a shield, hoping to play the sympathy card when officers closed in. The fake IDs bought her a little time, but once dispatch confirmed her identity, the jig was up.
We're going to step out.
Why am I stepping out?
Step out, please.
What?
You're under arrest.
For what? For what? What am I? Okay, I'm okay, help me. Okay, let me get my. What the fuck? Help me. Yo, what the f you doing, bro?
Get her.
Help me now.
What is that? Stop.
On the ground. What is on the ground? She been with me the whole time.
No, here, I got it. All right.
Get on the ground.
What am I going to jail for? What are we under?
Stop resisting. Sit up, come on.
What am I going to jail for? Can you tell me what I'm going to jail for? Please?
You're stealing.
Stealing what? What did I steal?
Chuck E. Cheese.
I never stole anything.
You're on camera. It's 2024.
I'm not stealing anything.
Here, let me fix it.
I never stole anything.
You're on camera.
What did I steal?
Listen, this isn't a debate. We just came from the marathon. We have you on camera using a stolen credit card. Okay? There's no debate on that. We have you at Chuck E. Cheese with her, taking the phone with the cards. Okay? It's all on camera. I don't even need to ask questions. Again, this could be handled in a completely different way. We don't have to go to the extent of throwing every charge in the book on you or anything else. It is what it is. I made a mistake. She made a mistake. And we'll move on. But fighting at the car, I'm probably more pissed about that than anyone. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna take us a minute to talk to you guys, all right? And figure this out. Is that your child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who's this girl to you?
It's my friend.
Run. Hey, buddy, we're gonna get you in just a second, okay? Yeah, in just a second, we're figuring out how to get this kid somewhere safe.
Can you get my phone so I can call his grandma?
Okay, who are you to him?
I'm his mom.
That's not what he said.
I'm his stepmom. Can I see?
Okay, so his mom's like in Chicago, you're not mom.
Can I see?
Are you even wife to him? Is he your girlfriend?
Can I see a phone?
Your step-girlfriend.
Can I see a phone?
No, I'm getting his phone first because he's the father.
Meanwhile, her partner in crime caught with meth, drug paraphernalia, and a suspended license. These two really were a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde, except way less glamorous and way more ridiculous.
Goodness. Oh, no.
So, do we want to arrest?
Yeah.
Have you already finished the ticket?
No.
It doesn't matter if you did, but if you didn't finish it, just put held at county jail and then go explain to Amber or whatever her name is that he's going to be taking a ride too.
And just when officers thought it was a simple arrest, she had one last stunt up her sleeve.
They gave me 3 charges.
What is it?
Death, persistent, whatever the swiping the card, and resisting. I'm finna get out.
Huh?
And resisting. I can't, I'm on the floor.
Huh?
I'm gonna be on the floor.
But you cuffed up? I mean, they cuffed you to the thing?
No. What's up?
I love you, babe.
I love you too.
She got some questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Miranda warrants I read to you?
Yeah.
You have any questions? You remember everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what did you say?
Just have to... I got it. Let her go. Oh, now I'm caught in her hair.
Babe!
Yeah! Why are we doing this again?
Can I make a call?
No!
Okay, then let me go.
You can't cooperate with us.
Now you're under arrest for obstructing justice.
Okay, you guys. Come on, lock me up. I'm gone, babe. It's over. I'm finna do my time. They found that in your shit. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. I gotta do this though. I love you, babe. I love you. I love you.
China's bystander problem has been debated for years, and this clip is a chilling reminder of why. An elderly man collapses in a store, possibly from a heart attack, and instead of rushing to help, people just walk past him. Some glance at him, some ignore him completely, and even the cashier doesn't step in. It's hard to say why no one reacted. Maybe they assumed he was drunk or just resting. But in a situation like this, every second matters. Instead of getting help, he was left there motionless, while life carried on around him. It's a heartbreaking sight, and it makes you wonder how many lives could be saved if people just took a moment to care. A birthday celebration turned into a nightmare when Kevin Allen, unable to handle the reality of his marriage ending, committed an unthinkable act of violence. Katharina Allen had already warned police about her fears, yet that day at Cracker Barrel, those fears became a tragic reality. The chilling 911 call captured her desperate plea for help as her husband circled the restaurant, waiting for his moment.
Brooklyn 911, what's your emergency?
I need an officer. My husband, I'm having some problems, and my husband is like circling the restaurant we're at, and he wants to go home, but he's circling the other.
Okay, I'll respond.
And we're circling the building.
Hold on, where are you at, ma'am? Hello?
Hello.
Where are you?
At Cracker Barrel, I'm sorry.
And he's circling the restaurant?
Yeah.
Did you go there together?
Yeah. No, we get in separate cars.
But you went to the restaurant together?
Yeah.
Okay, well, did you have an argument in the restaurant?
Yeah. I told him that I was leaving him and he has, he went outside or whatever, and then he's circling the restaurant, and...
What is your name?
Kate Allen.
Kate?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Kevin.
Does he own any weapons?
I don't know.
Ma'am, he's your husband. Do you know if he owns any weapons? I'm not asking you.
I know he does, like, a pellet gun and stuff, and he has...
Is a pellet gun at your house?
Yeah, I'm not going home.
That's not. I'm not asking you if you're going home. I'm asking you if he has any weapons, so that when my officers get there and stop him, they know what they're prepared for.
Okay.
Does he have any weapons on him that you know of, or own any that you know of?
He does. Okay. I know. I saw some shotgun cells. He had a shotgun, but he told me he got rid of it.
Okay, but he doesn't have the shotgun on him currently, correct?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Did you see the shotgun, ma'am?
No, I saw the shotgun cells.
You saw the shotgun shells on him?
Yeah.
What kind of car is he?
It's a Jeep Liberty. What color? It's a gray.
Hold on a second, ma'am.
10-4, 48, 53, 27. Cracker Barrel. And a female stating that she just informed her husband that she's leaving him. They got into an argument. They drove separately, but he refuses to leave the parking lot. He's circling, waiting for her to leave. It's in a Jeep Liberty. He does own a shotgun. He didn't see it on him, but he did see shotgun shells.
What color's the Jeep?
Gray. Hold on, he's calling my daughter right now.
She's calling your daughter on the phone? Hello?
Hello?
Are you talking to me, or are you talking to your on your daughter's phone?
I'm trying to talk to him.
Okay, well, try and talk to me, not to him.
Okay.
Can you see a license plate on his vehicle, or do you know the license plate on his vehicle?
No, I don't. I don't see him right now. But I don't see him right now. He's not in front of me. I'm trying.
What is his first name?
Kevin.
A-L-L-E-N is the last name?
Yeah, he's here, and the police are here too. I have to.
All right, wait in the lobby for the officers. Do not go outside. Let them talk to him, okay? Ma'am? Brooklyn 911, what's your emergency? Ma'am, are you okay? We're on our way to Cracker Barrel. Where are you? Are you shot? Is anybody that you know of injured?
There's tons of people in here.
Okay, where are you? I need you to talk quietly. Where are you? Already advised. Where are you inside the restaurant, ma'am?
I'm like behind the counter.
Okay, stay underneath the counter. I understand. We are right outside. We're right outside. We're going to be coming in to get you, okay?
Okay.
What is your name? Okay, don't stop talking. Just if you can see him, say yes or no.
No, I can't.
Do you know if anybody's shot?
I don't know. I just can't.
Okay, ma'am, we are right outside. I need you to calm down for me, okay?
Okay.
Can you see if anybody's injured from where you're at? I don't want you to
shoot his kids.
He what?
He's trying to shoot his family.
What is your first name?
My name is Rebecca.
What? What is your name? He's in the girls' bathroom. Fire, I'm not going to be able to talk to you. I have a hostage on the phone and people online. He's in the restaurant. There's people still under the counter. They don't know where he's at. Okay, ma'am, he's still shooting. I'm hearing shots over the phone. What? I don't know where he's at. I'm right here. I'm over here. Yeah. Brooklyn, please, Graves. Ma'am, just stay under the counter.
I'm under it.
Yes, he's in the girls' bathroom. We have victims inside. Hold on. Ma'am, relax. Stop. Stay under the counter.
I'm under it.
Okay. Fire, I cannot copy you.
I have his records.
What's that?
I guessed him out earlier, the same guy.
I know. We were on our way to talk to him, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, what is your first... Ma'am, do you see my officers in there?
No, I'm just in the corner.
Okay, listen, I just need you to stay underneath the counter until the officers come get you, okay?
Okay.
Confirm male in custody?
Oh my God.
Okay, ma'am, we have him, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I need you to stand up. The officers are on their way in, okay? Don't go anywhere from where you're at, all right?
Okay. Okay.
Hold on a second. Don't hang up.
Okay.
All right, I have one female still on the phone. She's hiding under the counter.
What followed was pure horror. Kevin entered with a shotgun, targeting his family. He murdered Katharina and their daughter Carrie, who was hiding in the bathroom, before being gunned down by the police. Their other daughter Kayla fought for her life but succumbed to her injuries days later.
They played watching television and they were happy children. They always laughed and giggled and danced and everything. I mean, they were happy kids.
Irene says you would often find the girls outside in the yard, doing what most kids do, especially near a trampoline, and that's being kids.
They got along real good. They were never fighting. They had their cats and dogs in the backyard. They loved their pets.
It's heartbreaking to think that this could have been prevented. Kevin had a documented history of violence spanning decades, yet nothing stopped him from taking his family's lives. Even more tragic, Katharina's family later sued Cracker Barrel, claiming the restaurant didn't do enough to protect them. But no lawsuit could ever undo this loss. Domestic violence doesn't always stay behind closed doors. This case is a terrifying reminder that when victims speak up, they must be heard before it's too late. Most people think of kidnappings as something that happens to children or high-profile targets, but the reality is anyone can become a victim, especially when money is involved. In this case, the restaurant owners in Chicago's Low Village didn't stand a chance. Within seconds, armed men had them at gunpoint, robbing them, ransacking their car. And even forcing their way into the restaurant itself. But the horror didn't stop there. The criminals kidnapped the couple, driving them to multiple ATMs and making them withdraw cash. It's a terrifying situation, and while it's a relief that they weren't physically harmed, the trauma of what they went through is unimaginable. This kind of crime highlights just how ruthless and calculated these criminals can be. It also raises serious concerns about safety in places where small business owners are being targeted in broad daylight. This is one of those devastating moments that reminds us just how unpredictable life can be. 1 second, this woman was just walking, minding her own business, and the next, she was gone, all because of a reckless driver who had no business being behind the wheel. The fact that the driver was only 17 makes it even more tragic. At that age, you're supposed to be thinking about your future, not ruining lives. And instead of stopping to help, he fled the scene, probably hoping to avoid the consequences. Unfortunately, there's no undoing the damage. A life was lost, and a family is now grieving because of a careless decision. It's a sobering reminder why reckless driving is never just a mistake. It can be a death sentence for an innocent person. This tragic incident is a sobering reminder how dangerous it is to argue in the middle of a busy road. The dashcam footage captures the tense exchange between the two drivers, their tempers flaring as they stand directly in the path of oncoming traffic. Unfortunately, in just a matter of seconds, the situation takes a deadly turn when a large truck comes speeding down the highway. With little time to react, the truck plows into both men, sending them flying. The taxi driver, though severely injured, is lucky enough to survive. However, the Infiniti driver wasn't as fortunate. He succumbed to his injuries at the scene. The big question now is, who's really at fault? Was it the truck driver for not stopping in time? Or was it the two drivers for choosing to argue in such a dangerous spot? Some might argue that the truck driver should have been more cautious, especially on a highway where sudden stops and accidents are possible. Others might say that standing in the middle of the road was reckless, and ultimately, it cost one of them their life. This case highlights the importance of staying inside your vehicle after an accident, especially on high-speed roads. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, it's always safer to pull over to the shoulder, call the authorities, and let them handle the dispute. What do you think? Should the truck driver face consequences? Or was this just an unfortunate accident caused by poor judgment? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. It all went down on December 8th, 2023 around 12:45 in the afternoon. Cops showed up at a house after getting a pretty disturbing call. They were met by a guy named Sergio who had a chilling story to tell.
Yeah, okay.
He tried to kill me. I see a knife right there.
Yeah.
And I grab it and
According to Sergio, his own brother, his brother, Israel, had just tried to kill him. And it wasn't just him in danger. He said Israel and his girlfriend Elizabeth were trying to take out their whole family, him and their parents. Earlier that same day, Sergio had already reported Elizabeth to the police. Apparently, she'd stolen money from their parents and things had been tense ever since. Sergio told officers that he was just hanging out on the front porch when he saw a white Toyota sedan, probably Corolla, pull up in the driveway. He immediately recognized it as Elizabeth's car, and from there, everything took a turn for the worse.
he got mad because I make a report like twisted in my mom's car and everything.
Yeah.
And Liz, my girl, came and told my mom they want to burn the house and send somebody to shoot the house.
Okay.
And she went inside the room to check if she's there because he said, I want to go right now.
Okay. That cut on your lip right here, is that from earlier or is that from right now?
From right now.
Okay. So he comes up, did he come in the house or was he just outside this time?
I was outside.
You were outside, okay.
Yeah, she came and tried to take the phone away from me.
Were you on the phone with 911 when
Yes,
she tried?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
You can hear the screaming and everything.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am. This is the number.
That's her number?
Yes. And I don't want to leave my parents by themselves.
Yeah.
She called my mom and said she want to come and get her.
Okay. When was that? Before they got here?
Yes, before I got here.
He shows up, you're outside, you start arguing.
He just came out of the car.
Okay.
And just grabbed a piece of metal
Okay.
thing. He tried to grab that hammer thing right there too.
Okay. So he gets out of the car, grabs metal, and then comes at you?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's when I fell.
Okay, so you go running around along the house?
And I can't even walk or run anymore. And so I started just grab the knife and stuff like that.
Okay, but you found the knife on the ground when you were over there?
It was on the ground right there.
Okay, and it's that one. All right. And when you brought out the knife, what did he do?
He just stared there and throw that piece of metal.
Okay, so he saw the knife through it and then took off?
Yeah, took off.
All right, and then I take a couple pictures, okay?
Yeah.
It broke something.
Yeah.
Tweak something. You never know.
Exactly.
Did she get a picture of your lip earlier?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm right here.
Oh.
He's crazy about
They're nervous. They're nervous.
Yeah.
Iba a venir a matar a mí y a él, a los tres.
Okay.
Yo venía a matarnos, que a mí.
She comes up on the porch. You go to call. She tries to take the phone.
Yes.
Okay, you're trying to call us. She tries to take the phone. You won't let her. And then...
That motherfucker calling the police right now. Get off and
Okay, so...
Es que ella se enojó porque ya tienen en el banco que me sacaron el dinero. Vino ella a buscarme a mí porque pensaba que yo estaba sola, pero yo andaba barriendo la otra sala. Y a lo mejor me quería dar algún golpe porque ya me había hablado que los iba a venir los tres y que iba a quemar la casa.
Págamela entonces.
Ajá. Dile que tengo miedo yo porque nomás estoy yo sola con tu papá.
Hey, this is Officer Teskey. Who am I speaking with?
With her daughter. This is Diana. I live here in Florida.
Oh, okay.
My mom said that she's a little bit scared because they took my brother to the ambulance and they're staying by themselves. So she's scared to stay by herself right now with my dad.
Yes, ma'am. Is there a family member who might be able to come stay with them?
No.
The thing is that my sisters work. Nobody's around there.
Okay.
They're working right now.
So right now, your brother is going to the hospital. He messed up his knee, so he needs to have that looked at. A West Side unit is out with, is it Elizabeth? They found the car, so I think they're trying to talk to them, see what's going on.
By the time officers arrived, Israel and Elizabeth had already taken off, but the damage was done emotionally, physically, and within the family. What started as a fight over stolen money turned into a nightmare no one saw coming. After Sergio and his parents gave their statements, officers immediately put out an alert for Israel and Elizabeth. It didn't take long before both of them were tracked down and taken into custody.
Don't call him.
Maybe inside.
Where do you know where he's been today?
We go to the store, maybe 10 minutes.
What's your name?
My name is Maria. We live here.
Okay. How are you related to Israel?
My daughter, boyfriend. This is my daughter car.
Okay.
I have camera. Me call my daughter for her son. He said, turn it off. Maybe turn it off the camera, I don't know.
Okay.
I talked to the dad. He said it shouldn't be, but they have, this Israel kid has posted on his social media with weapons. Are they in the house or not? They can't confirm, but that's all they know about his involvement.
Okay.
He would post them, but they haven't seen him inside the house.
Okay.
So it's basically 50-50.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that he's posted online with a gun before.
Right.
The front door with your hands up. You will not be harmed.
Empty. Hands empty.
Israel and Elizabeth, again, come out with your hands empty. You will not be harmed. This is Athens Clarke County Police Department.
Try using mine, because that's not very loud.
Israel, Elizabeth, again. It's not on. Israel and Elizabeth, again. Come out with your hands empty. You will not be harmed. This is Athens Clarke County Police Department.
We don't get him. He's brother.
Going after him again. What's our feud? Or
This has been going on since last year. He has multiple batteries. Like,
yeah, I was looking at the report history when the Bolo came out. I was like, good Lord, one after another. All right, 40's up.
I see. I got one hand.
We got both in there, so I might need second hand.
You got hands in the back seat.
I see 2 hands.
Let me see your head. You'll be all right.
Don't say that.
All right, come on. Can you open the door and talk to him?
There we go.
Go ahead, open it all the way up. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Come on, you can get it.
There we're at.
It's okay. All right. Go ahead, get down.
On your knees. Listen. Hey, listen to me.
You just watch the car. Okay, at this point, okay?
All right.
Okay, give me someone to cover the car while we're covering him.
Keep coming. Come on, listen. Just keep coming.
Keep coming.
Keep crawling.
Okay?
Keep crawling.
Good, thank you. And we're not going to hurt you either, okay?
Keep crawling.
Crawl right to here.
Keep on.
Crawl right to here. You hear me? Now get down on your stomach.
Lay down on your stomach. Superman.
Bradshaw, cover him for me. You guys need to be covering the vehicle. Okay, put your hands in your back for me.
Bradshaw, go to the Israel. They got the car.
Put your hands behind your back. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Here, we're going to get you up and we're going to walk you away.
Put your hands up.
Let's get them back there and keep talking.
Okay,
Sit on your butt. Put your knees in front of you. Put your knees in front of you. All right, have a seat. Okay, well, we'll work all that out here in a minute. Okay, scoot all the way in.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
I don't want her to go to jail, man.
We'll get all that straightened away. She was just there, so we need to make sure she's not here first, okay?
All right, plug it. Yep. This is the Athens Clarke County Police Department. You're in here, announce yourself.
Call her by name.
This is the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
I'm gonna get this one right here.
From the Athens Clarke County Police Department, Elizabeth. Now with your hands up, you are under arrest.
That's clear.
Department, you're under arrest. Come out with your hands up and empty.
Elizabeth.
All right. You good there? All right. Got a bedroom to the right, bedroom to the left.
Hold for just a sec. Hold for just a sec. Hey, Sergeant Blair, how much more you guys got on that side?
We're just finishing up a closet and we'll be out. Secondary.
Under the bed clear here.
I checked it. Just double checked spots that we haven't.
Making sure no one's being left behind. Get out here right now. Get out here right now.
You don't have to come out.
Get down on the ground.
I got hands.
Come on. Okay. You might need to get out.
I'm gonna get out. I only got a phone. Why am I getting charged with? What am I getting charged with? I didn't do anything.
Both suspects were booked on several serious charges, including aggravated assault, making terroristic threats, and trying to stop someone from calling 911 during an emergency. When cops interviewed them, neither Israel nor Elizabeth had much to say, just denial and attitude. But between the physical injuries, the 911 call, and the witness statements from Sergio and his parents, the case was looking solid. The driver was out on a treasure hunt at the bottom of a murky lake when he made a shocking discovery: a GoPro camera lost and buried beneath the water for 2 years. The camera itself was beat up and weathered, as you'd expect, but what blew his mind was that the memory card inside was still intact. Even more unbelievable, the footage was fully recoverable. When the driver, a YouTuber named Rich Aloha, popped the memory card into his computer, he didn't just find random vacation clips. What he found was something deeply personal, the final recorded moments of a young man who lost his life way too soon. The footage showed 22-year-old Richard Ragland, full of life, laughing, splashing in the water, and goofing around with friends at a waterfall just 2 hours outside Nashville. You could tell he was having the time of his life, flying through the air on a zipline, smiling ear to ear. But tragically, that beautiful day ended in disaster. Richard drowned at that very lake, and his GoPro was lost with him. For 2 years, his family had no idea the camera or those moments would ever resurface. Rich Aloha had actually been tipped off by a park ranger, and somehow, against all odds, Rich found it. He watched the footage, realized exactly who it was, and reached out to Richard's family.
I'd been given a tip by a state park ranger that if I found a GoPro of an African-American male from 2017, that there was a chance that it would be the guy who drowned.
The reunion with the footage was incredibly emotional. For Richard's family, was like getting back a piece of him, something they never thought they'd see again. And really, how do you put into words what it means to return something like that? For Rich Aloha, who dives for lost treasures, this was hands down his most meaningful find.
They were just stunned, like they were just staring at the GoPro in disbelief. You just feel like you returned something so important to them that words can't describe how it feels.
As he put it, I don't think there's been a more impactful discovery.
I don't think there's been a more impactful find.
A memory card, a young man's last moments, and a family given something priceless. Sometimes what we lose in the water comes back with a story no one could ever expect.
Who's not responsive?
The girl in the middle.
Yeah. You guys need to move. Move!
At that very moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. An officer stepped into the room and found a young girl lying lifeless beneath her unresponsive parents. Time stopped. The silence was deafening. Though the girl was already gone, her parents, Music and Matthew, seemed completely unaware, frantically trying to save her, clinging to the belief that she could still be revived, but it was too late.
What's going on?
Some of the people in the room right here that aren't responding.
They're not responding?
There's one that's not responding.
Where at? In this one? Who's here? Sheriff's office.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. Sorry, I'm really stiff this morning. I can't sit upright.
Are you guys on anything?
No.
No? What?
No, I'm just really stiff from...
What's wrong with them?
He's tired, I think.
Is he awake?
He was awake. He moved from here over to there. He is awake.
Yep. Okay. Who's not responsive?
Not responsive? The girl in the middle.
The girl, she's responsive.
Let me see.
Yeah.
You guys need to move.
Yes.
Move. Oh, shit. You guys need to get up now.
Yeah.
Get up.
We're getting up.
Get up.
We're getting up. I'm getting up.
Let's go. Get up.
Yes. I'm getting up.
Let's go. Hurry up. Get up.
I'm going.
You guys need to get out. Yes, sir. Let's go. Hurry up.
I'm going.
Get up. Stand up. Stand up.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Stand up. Get up. Hurry up. You need to get up.
Got it.
Let's go. Get up.
I'm getting up.
Leave her alone. Do not touch her. Get up. Go get the other deputies now.
They should be out here.
Go get them. Let's go. Get up.
Hey. What is it?
We got a 10-7.
Where?
Right here.
Who, kid?
Move. Get up. Yes.
Get up now. Get up. Get out. I don't care. Stand up.
Let's go. Where's your shoes at?
How long? Rondo.
Pretty old.
Check his vitals. Did y'all smoke dope?
Huh?
No. Bend it down.
Your leg hurts? Hey, send a 55 for him.
Check his vitals. Did y'all smoke dope?
Huh?
No.
Fentanyl? What is it?
No, it's not fentanyl. We just fell asleep really hard. We're really
Send a
stiff.
55 for him.
32 Central. Start at 55.
Let's go. Want me to carry you? Come here. Come here. I'll carry you.
Start me at 55 Central.
Do you have a 55 en route? What's going on?
Okay, we have a possible 10-7 child.
Get him out here.
Stand up.
I'm not copying 8.
Stand up. Come on. Give me your hands. Give me your hands.
Where is this going?
Stand up! Now!
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you again! Stand up!
I'm standing up. I'm trying to stand up.
Give me the other arm.
Yeah. Ow!
I'm trying to stand up. I'm trying to stand up. Dang it.
Should be confused. So no fentanyl. What about meth? Right, just be honest with me because I need to be able to treat your kids.
My yay.
Your leg? Are you okay?
I'm just old.
How old is your sister?
Just turned 5 yesterday.
She just turned 5? She's 10-7.
What happened?
I don't know.
God damn it. I got you. I got you, baby. Come on. I got you. I got you, baby. I know. Hey, she's still alive. Hey, start CPR. She's still alive. She's still alive. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Is there anybody behind me, sir?
No.
Hey, we gotta meet this. We gotta. Come on, baby. No, I can't. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Hit it with it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Where's the adult?
I have one cuffed. Come on, baby. I don't know. It sounded like she was trying to gargle. I don't know.
Hands, please.
He was okay. He was breathing. He was moving at least. I looked at her and it was just... she was already gone. I felt her... I wasn't wearing gloves. I just felt her leg and she was stiff and cold.
Despite the devastating scene, no immediate arrests were made. For over 2 months, the couple remained free while investigators worked behind the scenes to piece together what really happened. What they uncovered painted a heartbreaking and infuriating picture, one of chronic neglect, unsafe living conditions, and a severe lack of supervision that had haunted this child long before her tragic death. Eventually, the evidence became undeniable. Matthew was charged with intentional child abuse, resulting in death and child abandonment. Music, the child's mother, faced similar charges, intentional child abuse resulting in death, along with an additional charge related to child endangerment. The accusations laid bare the horror that this little girl had been enduring behind closed doors. As of December 2024, their trial is still underway, but if convicted, both Matthew and Music are staring down life sentences. And for many watching this case unfold, that still doesn't feel like enough. It's yet another painful reminder that sometimes the worst kind of monsters don't hide in the dark. They live inside the very places that should have been safe. A twisted setup led to a brutal murder, and it all started with a lie. 25-year-old Rebecca Moore from Springvale Walk in Sheffield tricked 24-year-old Sakat Ali into thinking he was just meeting up with her for a casual link-up in the park during the early hours of March 9, 2024. But that meetup wasn't what it seemed, far from it. What Sakat didn't know was that Rebecca was setting him up. It was all part of a sick plan.
Could you just send me the photograph for this female, please?
As he arrived at the park, out of the darkness came two teenagers, Barney Griffin, 18, from Dixon Drive, and Jack Douglas, just 17, from Bright Homely Lane. Both were armed with machetes. In a matter of moments, they attacked Sakat, stabbing him to death in a scene that was as sudden as it was savage. Afterward, Moore tried to lie to the police about who she was, hoping to dodge responsibility for her role in the ambush, but the truth caught up with her fast.
It's not right.
I'll just...
Yeah.
What did you say your name was, sorry?
Lauren.
And your surname?
Smith. But,
normal spelling?
yes, a
Yeah.
TH. But,
And what's your date of birth, please?
my date of birth is 18th October
Yeah.
1998.
Just come up to where I am, please.
What's going
Just
on?
take your hat off for me.
Oh. I am a chip, yeah, I know this one. Oh, I know it. I'm sure what's going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Your name's Rebecca Moore, isn't it?
Why?
You're
Oh,
Rebecca,
that's
right?
my working
At this
name.
time, Rebecca,
Wait.
listen to me, okay? So at this time, you're under arrest on suspicion of murder, okay? Because you're alleged to be involved in the murder of Saikad Ali, okay?
No.
This was on the 9th of March 2024, okay? So you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. Do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, okay?
Now all three are paying the price. Rebecca Moore has been handed a life sentence for a part in the murder, with a minimum term of 15 years before she can even think about parole. Barney Griffin admitted to the killing and to carrying a blade. He's been sentenced to 16 years behind bars. And Jack Douglas, though younger, played an equally deadly role. He's now facing 15 years in prison. A young man lost his life in the most senseless, violent way, all because of a carefully planned trap, and now 3 people, including 2 barely out of their teens, will spend their best years locked away for it. Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.